Hi, welcome to a new SimplyMaya tutorial. In this tutorial we're going to look at the creation of an animated and textured environment, so much like the one you see in front of you. So I've decided to work this a little bit backwards. I'm going to show you the things we create before we actually make them. So we're going to hit an animated environment that's a little like this one. So as you can see, we've got the trees blowing in the wind, we've got the grass moving around, these flowers have a little less movement on them but still movement. So everything has been textured and animated. So throughout the course of this we'll look at texturing for environments, things like tree trunks, leaves, grass, flowers. We'll look at creating animations for these, but not only just creating the animations, we'll look at caching them out so they can be rendered as well, because often forgotten is the fact that just because you have something with an animation on doesn't mean it's not going to give you trouble when it comes to render time. So we'll look at the pipeline cache for caching all this out. We'll also look at complicated paint effects with geometry replacement, so you'll be able to take instance geometry and actually replace parts of paint effects with it. So this means you can do anything from, say, an apple tree to a daisy with complicated flower head. In fact, I've got a bigger image here of this environment, so this one's actually rendered out at 4K, and although we won't be texturing the house, of course, just the environment, it's in there for the sake of making a nice looking shot. So if we zoom in on some of these daisies here, you can see that these are not your average paint effects jobs. These have actually got some quite complicated geometry on the heads here. So this is a technique whereby we take a basic paint effect and we look at replacing parts of it with geometry we make. So that becomes a powerful thing to do. As I said, things like apple trees, you can do rose bushes, anything you can model, you can now put into the paint effects system and create much more complicated environments. So by the time we've done with this tutorial, we'll have made all the animations for all of these parts. We'll have cached them all out so they can actually be batch rendered or rendered. We'll have done some lighting in Maya just to get lighting so we can start to look at the textures we create, and we'll go through the full process of environment creation. So I'm going to start now with the first part when we'll take a look at some of the trees we designed in part 2, and then we'll take a look at some of the tweaks we need to make to those to animate them, and when we'll start in with the texturing. So thank you for watching this brief introductory part, and I will see you in the next part when we'll start on the actual tutorial. Thank you very much. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we did a quick scene walkthrough and took a look at all the elements that we had in there, and in this part I want to concentrate on some animation techniques for these trees and grasses and bushes and whatnot, but more importantly how to use a cache-based workflow so we won't be dependent on dynamic animation. So this will make our renders a lot easier, it'll make everything a lot speedier and more stable as well. Now, before I go any further, if you're just joining us for volume 3 of this tutorial, in volume 2 we created this tree and plant library where we designed some bushes, some leafy trees, some bare trees, some ground cover and things like this. So I've provided this file with the tutorial if you haven't gone through and created your own. For the rest of you, you'll only notice a few differences from the one we did in volume 2. I've gone through and named everything. So just to keep an organized workflow, which is kind of important when we start caching things out, because the cache names will have to match the object names, and it's very easy to get in confusion if you don't go through and actually give everything a decent naming convention. So pay some attention to that. But right now I just want to start with how we do a simple paint effects animation and what some of the drawbacks of that are. So if I hide, let's say, all of this stuff and just go to Control H, and we're just left with some ground cover. So I'll just take one piece of ground cover and just press F to focus the camera in on this, and you can see here we've got some ground cover. If I hit play, nothing's going to happen, no animation there, nothing at all. So I've got the original paint effects which are still connected to the polygons. One of the reasons I like to do everything within a library of trees and grass is one, reusability. The stuff can take quite a bit of time to create, shade, texture and whatnot. So I like to have it all in one library, so when I'm doing an exterior or even an interior, when I want to see some trees through the window, I've got this library to call on. So I tend to keep two versions of it, one version with a history, so the polygon object attached to the paint effect, and one version without the history ready for export. So that's where we're going now. But first, animation. So we look at this ground cover and it's got no animation on it, but we still have the original ground cover paint effect stroke. So this ground cover A, ground cover paint effect stroke, and I can come in here and go to tubes, behavior, turbulence, and the turbulence type, you can think of this as a type of wind really, and for a small tiny piece of sort of ground cover like this I would use grass wind. Now throughout the tutorial we'll be using predominantly grass wind and tree wind, as we're doing grass and trees of course, and then we've got these options. So the interpolation is basically the quality of your animation. Linear is going to be worse quality, but it is going to be faster. Smooth over time and space is going to be more accurate, and it's just going to look nicer really. Now before I go and hit play, with Maya 2016 I had some problems with Maya crashing during paint effects playback, and it turned out that for me personally it was a problem with the graphics card. Maya 2016 has a new deformer library that can utilize the GPU. So if you go up to your settings and go to settings preferences and then just go to preferences, under animation you'll see here you've got a GPU override. Now tick this. If you have no problems it should speed this up for you, but I'm not sure it's supported on all graphics cards yet, and certainly not mine, so I've had to untick it. So if you do run into a problem with paint effects crashing, untick this, you should be fine. Okay, so we come in here and I've applied that, we go back to the attribute editor, that grass wind with smooth over space and time, and you'll see I get a nice little animation. Okay, so that's easy enough, and then we've got the controls for the animation. So turbulence you can think of as the amount of wind, frequency is the amount of noise within the wind, and turbulence speed is how fast that wind happens. Now we can get a very easy example of this. If I turn the turbulence up, so let's get some really fast turbulence on this, and when I play that back you'll see those leaves just flutter like they're in a hurricane. Okay. Now the frequency speed is how fast that will happen. So if I turn this down to 0, 1 let's say, they'll still have the same range of motion, they'll still have the same range of flutter, it'll just happen incredibly slowly. So if I bring in one of our bare trees for instance, it's probably easier to see this than a big tree. So let's unhide tree A, Shift H, and that's unhid them all, so let's go and hide the ones we don't need. Okay, so I've got tree A, I go up to the paint effect strokes, I've got tree A here, and let's have a look at the animation on a tree. Let's go to tree wind, and this time I'm going to use a lot of turbulence and a very fast turbulence speed, and you'll see this sort of sway around all over the place. Okay, so you know it's bending almost far enough to hit the floor. Now if I want this range of motion but I want it to happen really slowly, that would be this attribute here. So it's still going to bend down and hit the floor at some point, it's just going to happen extremely slowly. Okay, now if you need to offset your wind from one particular direction, you can use the turbulence offset. If you had, say, a gale force wind coming in very strongly from one direction, you can always come in and you know, use this offset to push the wind to be in one direction. Now another thing before we go any further, I'm going to turn this animation off, and I'm going to turn this animation off, and I'm going to rewind and hit play, and you'll see the playback is slow. You know, with no animation happening, this should just zip straight through, and it's not. Even though the animation's off, what's happened is the deformers have been created and they're still working in the background. And this is especially important to note when we come to heavy geometry trees, because as soon as you turn the animation for those on, even after you've turned it off, it can still cause a massive performance hit. So we go to File, Optimize Scene Size, pop open its options, make sure I'm not getting rid of any history. It's really the deformers I want to get rid of, unused deformers. Okay, so optimize, okay, and now when I hit playback, you'll see that just zip through. So this can become an issue with Paint Effects if you've done a lot of test animations on a few trees and bushes, and then you come to test a piece of grass and it will be incredibly slow even though you have the animation off on everything but the grass. That's the reason why. You've got some active animation deformers even though you probably shouldn't have. So I'm going to turn this tree off and I'm going to go back to my ground cover. Now I'm going to turn the animation back on the ground cover. So ground cover A, grass wind. Let's just select that and hit F to focus in. Now we're not simulating a tsunami here, folks, so we're going to want probably a pretty low turbulence at probably a pretty slow speed. So let's go to 0.5, frequency is fine, and let's hit play. And yeah, that's maybe a bit too much for what I'm looking for. So what we can do is increase the turbulence, which sounds mad because I want less, but I can then radically decrease the turbulence speed. So I'll get a nice range of movement out of my bush. It'll just happen quite slowly. Now again, this is all dependent on what you're trying to simulate, but it does lead me quite succinctly to the next problem we're going to encounter with this animation, which is the UVs. The UVs, because we're connected to a paint effect here and that's driving the animation, then the UVs for that animation are coming from the paint effect. So if I wanted a better UV situation than I have now, because if I look at this UV here and I go up to the UV editor, what you can see is we have these leaves here that have three faces, 1, 2, 3, and then we have this UV that represents those three faces. So if I do a face select here on this top shell, you'll see that it's selected this face on this leaf here, and again I can do that and select any of the faces and any leaves. Now this should tell you that the way these UVs have been laid out is just one on top of another. I think I've got soft selection turned on, so I'll just press B to turn that off. So if I select a UV shell and then move it, you'll just see an identical UV underneath, and an identical UV, and an identical UV, and an identical UV, which means that we've got a problem. It means that if we put a texture on here, then every leaf will be identical. I'll show you what I mean. I'll throw a new material on here and add a texture. So assign new material, and we'll put a Lambert on there for now, and let's pop open this color channel and then file, and I've got a texture here which is a 4x4 patch, and each individual leaf has each of these colors on. Each individual leaf is identical. Now what we would like, or certainly what would be beneficial to us, if we could split this up so we had a random smattering of UVs. So instead of just one UV patch, we had 4 or 9 or 12 or whatnot. Well, there is a script to do that. I've got it here. It's called DJ Paint Effects UVs Layout, and I'll just bring a browser up with the web address for it. It's a free script. Okay, so here's the web address for it. It's just www.djx.com.au. It's a fantastic script, and it will allow us to sort these UVs out. It does, however, have a few problems, which I'm going to cover now. And you'll be able to get this from the download page. I think it's scrolled down at the bottom here somewhere. Yeah, so just grab this from the download page, wherever it might be. This guy is a fairly prolific script writer. Let's see. There you go. DJ pfxuv.py. That's the file you want. Now, to launch this file, I've got mine set up here on a shelf button. You'll need to put this command in. Now, you can either set that up on a shelf button, or you can just come in to the script editor here, make sure you're on Python, type this in, and go command execute, and that will pop up the GUI. So really you'll need to download that, put it in your My Documents Maya scripts folder, and you'll be good to go. You might need to restart Maya, or if you don't want to restart Maya after you install that, you can just type rehash and go Command Execute, and that will rehash the scripts directory, so you won't need to restart. But fairly simple install. Once you've got it, what it's going to do is set our UVs from the source to the target. Now we want UV map 1 on this object, and we want the target to be map 1, so just source, and we want to do a 2x2 layout, which means we'll get 4 different individual leaves to play with. So I'm going to use a tile separation of 0.10 just so I can see the UVs better, and I'm going to click Layout UVs. Okay, now you see what's happened. Each leaf no longer has that block of 4 colour. Each leaf is its own solid block of colour, meaning if we go in here and take a look at the UV editor, I now have 4 UVs. Now these are just still shells, but now they're overlaid one on top of another, so I get this 4 pattern. And you see the problem though? As soon as I touched those UVs, our UV assignment disappeared and each leaf went back to being exactly the same. So once again, let us do this. Layout UVs. Okay, let's have a look at the UVs. And now we've gone 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we look at our plant, 1, 2, 3, 4. Each leaf has a different colour. Now that means we can get each leaf having a different shape, each leaf having a different colour, each leaf having a different portion of the texture map, which will give us a much more realistic scene. Now you saw what happened when I touched the UVs, so this is not good. We don't want a situation where these become unstable and drop off halfway through an animation, and we also don't want this. If I click playback, you see as soon as I click playback, all the UVs change, and if I check out the UV editor, it's gone back to just 1 leaf, so 4 colours on 1 leaf, each leaf identical. Now if I was doing a still shot, I can just come in, lay out the UVs. I might have to just refresh here the UV editor. Let's pop that open, lay out the UVs, and I'm done. I get my still shot. I can break the history on this object, which will, if I was to go edit, delete by type history, this will disconnect it from the paint effect. The problem with that is that once I've disconnected it from the paint effect, I no longer have any animation, and what I need to do is cache the animation with the UVs that we have now. So this becomes a bit more problematic, because as we can see, as soon as we push play, poof, we've lost all our UVs. Now one way around this, it does slow things down a bit, but you'll only have to cache out the data once, which is quite nice for us. So let's select our ground cover. Now I'm going to specifically select the ground cover leaves, so just the leaves, not the branches underneath, and then I'm going to go to Edit, Duplicate Special. I'm going to pop open this options box, and I don't want to duplicate the input graph. So in fact, if I just reset the settings, I think the just reset settings, so basically just duplicate special, and you'll see here I have now one that moves and one that doesn't. So let's take this and move it up here, so that's the duplicate, and you'll see the underneath one is moving around, but this one is remaining static, so this one has no history on it. So I'm just going to put this back where it was. Let's just go up here to the channel box and move this back here. It doesn't really matter, it just offends my sense of neatness if it's not there. Okay, so now we've got a static mesh and an animated mesh. We're going to take the static mesh and we're going to lay out UVs on it. So again, if I hide the animated mesh now, because they're in both the same place, you can see that static mesh has the UVs the way we want it, and the animated mesh still has the messed up UV. Okay, so no problem so far. Now I want to take the static mesh, control select the animated mesh, go up to, I'm just pressing spacebar to bring the hot box up, go up to mesh transfer attributes, and I want to transfer its UV sets in component mode. Transfer. Now everything is the same color, so, or everything has the correct UV, so I can control H the static mesh, play this animation out, and you can see that keeps its UVs perfectly. No problems there at all. And if I look at the UV editor, I now have those preserved UVs. When I press play, you'll see that they stay where they are, I get 1, 2, 3, 4 types of variety of leaf, no problem at all. Okay, so that's how you overcome the problem of the paint effect's leaves being attached to the UV of the paint effect. So now we can do our own UVs. We could get a 3x3 layout, a 4x4 layout to give great variety in the tree, and we can animate it. Problem is that this is a bit slow. You know, it's not horrendously slow, but this is a very small bush. And the other thing is, this is going to have to be dynamically generated every single time we do it, and that's not good when we're in a situation where we're batch rendering. I mean, if you've got half an hour a frame and you've batch rendered out a couple of hundred frames, only to then find out that your animation deformer broke on frame 1, or you had some other issue, you're really not going to be very happy about that at all. So what you want to do before you do a batch animation is actually cache out the file. Now if we go up to cache, you can see we've got geometry cache, which is a fairly good cache within Maya. It's not as fast as Alembic, and Alembic's more flexible and has more options, but you see we don't actually have an Alembic option. That's because by default on 2016 it's not loaded in. So I'm going to go to ABC Export and click Load, and that will also load the import. Now this ABC is the format that Alembic uses. So when I come up here and go Cache, you'll see I've now got Alembic Cache. So I'm going to select the whole ground cover group. In fact, what I'm going to do is move this out of the group. This is the static mesh that we have hidden that's feeding in UV information. So I'm just going to move that out of the group. Okay, because I want to cache the group, I've no need to cache the static mesh. I'm going to press, make sure I'm happy with my animation. If I'm not, I can always go into the ground cover paint effect stroke under the attribute editor and monkey around with these, but I think I'm pretty happy. My UVs, thanks to the history now being fed to them by the static mesh, are exactly as I want them. So now I can click the ground cover group, go up to Cache, Alembic Cache, and let's see, Export Selection to Alembic, pop open its options. Now I've got this set to time slider, which is currently set to 350 frames. I'm going to have to change that. I'm going to do a 10-second animation at 25 frames a second, so 250 frames. So cache, and when you come to cache out large trees with, you know, lots of leaves, you'll find that the caching process can be quite slow. So you really don't want to be caching out 400 frames, 350 frames if you're only going to use 250. So Alembic Cache, let's see, Export Selection to Alembic, Options, Time Slider, which is now 0 to 250. Let's go down, and I want to write out the UVs as well. We went to all this trouble to get them, so let's not lose them now. Export Selection. This will go to your project folder, Cache Alembic, and I'm going to, just to keep things simple, I'm going to call this ground cover A. So same naming convention, and then Export Selection. And that will basically take as long as it took for you to play the paint effect through. So in our case, not very long. Okay, now I've exported that cache. This thing here, however, is still connected to the paint effect. So at the moment it's still going to use the paint effect to drive the animation. Now I could delete the history from this. Now I've got my animation from it, I'm happy with it, but what I'd like to do first is save an additional copy of this file. So I'm going to save this as grass lib no history. That way, if I want to come back at a later date, I've always got that original trees and grass library that's connected to the paint effects. So I can add more leaves, you know, shorten up trees, basically create stuff from what I've already got. In this part, this file will be just for export, so I don't want any extraneous history on it. So let's go ahead and select this ground color, and then edit, delete by type, history. Okay, and if I press play now, you'll see no animation. And if I was to change the ground cover paint effect stroke that I've got here, let's to say tree wind with a load of turbulence, you'll see nothing happens. That's because this is no longer connected to that paint effect. Okay, so you'll notice my playback has become quite slow again, so once more it's time for optimized scene size. There we go, and my playback should now go a bit quicker. Whoops, I've still got that on. Okay, and remember, even though these are hidden, they'll still be on if you've left them on. Try this again, optimize scene size, and there we go, and play, and now we're a bit quicker. Okay, so in order to get this to move again, let's select the group and cache, Alembic cache, import Alembic, ground cover. Now by default it will be on import into scene root. We want to import it under the current selected thing, which is ground cover, and merge it with that. So merge the cache with the original object. So import, my UVs are good, I hit play, my animation's good. You see my time slider is now really nice and fast. I can scrub through it, it's not a problem. I can jump about. So I've got a fully cached object that's now ready to be exported into another scene without any Paint Effects history on it. So when we come back, we'll take a look at some of the pitfalls you can run into with Alembic. We'll take a look at animating some grass and trees, and we'll take a look at setting up the basic shading and lighting within this file, so we've got this export file ready to deploy into kind of any scene. Alright, so I hope you found something in this useful, and join me in the next part when we'll continue animating our paint effects here. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. Let's continue with the animation of our paint effects. Now, one thing I forgot to mention, the static copy we made to copy the UVs, so to keep those UVs in place instead of having the paint effect transfer the UV every time. Well, that static copy, now we've cached this out and deleted the history from it, is no longer necessary. So we can just go ahead and delete that. And as you'll see, everything will still be working. Okay, so that basically is a static temporary copy to hold the UVs in place while we cache the mesh out. Now I'm going to go ahead and hide this ground cover, and I'm not going to run through the procedure on every single object in here. I'm going to do the grass because we'll just quickly run through the procedure once again on that. So let's get this grass medium and unhide it. Whoops, sorry. Let's unhide all these grasses and hide the ones we don't want, and I'll just go through the procedure once again. So we've got this piece of grass here, it won't have any animation on it, so we need to go and find the grass paint effect. And again, this is why it helps to have a decent naming convention and not just leave everything at default. And this time we'll use some grass wind. Now the interpolation is linear for this, and I want something a bit nicer, so I'm going to go smooth over time and space. I'm going to leave everything at default to start with, and I'm just going to hit play. And that's a pretty nice grass kind of blowing around animation, but it's probably far too high. So let's turn the turbulence speed down, and the frequency at 0.2, that's how much noise there'll be in the turbulence. That's probably okay where it is. And I'll just go like this. And this is more gentle, sunny breeze, kind of grass blowing about kind of slowly. But that's over 10 seconds, so maybe we'll increase that to 1.5, and we'll put this at 2.5, just a little bit more. And again, depends on what you're going for, but that's kind of wafting grass in the breeze for me. So now again, if we look at the UVs, we've got that UV problem. So UV editor, we've got one UV. Our grass here has 5 faces, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can see those corresponding 5 faces here on the UV. But it means, once again, every blade of grass would be the same. So to get a graphic representation, let's assign our Lambert 2 material. And you can see that all these blades of grass are sharing the same material. Green, red, blue, black. Green, red, blue, black. And we want to do that thing where they get different ones. So we could do a UV layout type of 2x2. On grass, I tend to go for 3x3 to give me even more variation. And I'm going to hit Layout UVs. So now we've got, solid stalks of color. Now that's not going to show up completely because we've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 patches. So I could put 9 pictures of individual blades of grass here, and they would be randomly distributed around the grass the same way we saw before. And again, same problem as before. As soon as I hit play, everything goes back to its default because it's having that history from the paint effect fed into it. So we're back to one patch here, one UV. So again, our script comes in handy, but we already know if we hit layout UVs, that's going to disappear. So we need to do once again a duplicate special on this grass. So edit and duplicate special, same options as before. So really just we don't want to duplicate the input graph. And duplicate, this will give me a grass mesh like so, and I'll have one that moves and one that's static. So once again, just to go through this one last time, I'm going to lay out the UVs on the static one. I'm going to move the static one away from the group here, just so when I cache, I don't cache both by accident. I'm going to select the static. I'm going to control select the animated geo in the outliner. So now it's just a case of transfer attributes. And again, we should have the same options. So transfer by component, transfer the UV sets, transfer. You see those UVs transfer. When I hit play now, it's a bit slower to play back, but it doesn't matter because we're only using it for the cache. Okay, now we need to cache this. So I'm going to select the grass med group, go up to cache, Alembic, export selection to Alembic. Make sure that I'm exporting the UVs, export selection, and again, give this the correct name. Grass med, and export selection. There we go. So I'll give that a couple of seconds to finish and I'll be back in a minute. Right, so our grass finished off. It just remains now to break the history. So edit, delete by type, history. Now the history is gone, so my animation will be gone. That means I can get rid of this grass too. So let's delete the history on this before we get rid of it. History, just in case it was still connected. It shouldn't be, but can't be too careful. There we go. So that's our duplicate static grass gone, and we have no animation on this. So we can always, just to see and double check the cache work, to Alembic, import Alembic, grass medium, there we go, and play that back. And there's our cache, UVs intact, everything working fine. So that's the procedure, and this is what we would export now. No paint effect, just solid polygonal geometry, and then we import the cache, or we can actually export the cache with this into our final scene. So basically you don't want to be importing a lot of junk in your final scene. You don't want dynamic animations going on when you're rendering. You want everything nice and cached out, nice and fast in the viewport. You want to be able to jump around your animation, you know, without having any dynamic calculations going on. You want to scrub backwards and forwards in the timeline, you know, without any problems. Alright, so that's that grass done. Let's hide that. Okay, now you probably already worked out that everything you export you'll need to do this process through, and I'm not going to go through every single piece here, but we will have a bit of a challenge on the trees. So let's bring the trees in. Now because the trees will be high geo, these ones, they're about 100k polys per tree. I'm going to hide tree B. And so we've got this tree, it's got about 100,000 polys in it, and you really want to watch your poly count when it comes to animating stuff for paint effects. You know, generally if I'm just doing a still shot, I really don't mind trees with a couple of 100,000 polygons in them. If I'm animating the trees, however, and especially if I'm going to cache it out, then I want to keep the poly count to about 100k, 150k is pushing it. That's because, you know, if I play this back in animation form now, and let's just optimize this scene first. So let's go up to optimize scene and just make sure we don't have any old deformers or anything going on, slowing us down. And I'm going to grab leafy trees, and this is leafy tree A, I believe it is. So let's go to the paint effect for that, and let's turn this on tree wind. And you can see how long that took to just ungrey the box. And I'm going to put the frequency of this to maybe 0.8. Okay, and now I'm going to hit play and watch how slow this is. So frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, you get the idea. Now when we transfer the attributes as well, so it's copying the UVs on every frame, that's going to be half as fast as that. So you might be looking at upwards of half an hour, depending on your machine and the complexity of the animation to export a dense geometry tree like this. If you go up to 250,000 polys, that time is kind of exponential, so you might be looking at 7, 8 hours, 9 hours. Now if you want to spend that time, that's fine, but through experience, a tree with 100,000 polys is going to look very good unless it's an inch away from the camera, at which point you might want to come up with another solution. So for me, I'm keeping the poly count low to keep the speed good. And another thing is, with the speed that slow, it's very difficult to see what this animation looks like. Let me just move this off screen. So what I like to do when I'm doing something like this is go in and under growth, untick the leaves and untick the twigs, and this leaves me with just the branches, and this will be a bit faster to animate, as you can see, and this will give me a better look at what the movement of the tree is, how much stuff is moving around. And in fact, if I change my viewport background to black, so Alt B, and you'll cycle through the colors, then I'll get a better look at this. So let's come in and see this, and you can always play blast this, which is probably what I'll do in this case because it's still a bit slow. So I might turn this turbulence up to 3.5. I want to get a good bit of movement on there, and I might turn this movement speed down to maybe 0.6, and then just play blast this and see what we get. Because it's quite nice to see it in the viewport, but even without the leaves it's still a bit slow. So a play blast is probably your best option, because it takes so long to cache this out. You want to make sure that you've got it right before you go ahead and do that. So I'll be back in a second when this play blast is finished. Okay, so my play blast is in, and let's have a look at the movement. Now, it didn't look like it was moving that much in the viewport, but I can actually see here that we're getting a fair bit of movement on this. But is it enough? Now, we want a fairly, breezy day, not a hurricane, but we want people to actually see the effort we put in for the animation. So I probably have this remain the same speed. I don't want it blasted around from side to side, but I'll give it a bit more range of motion. So I'm going to go to 0.5 up here, just to give it a bit more range of motion. I'll then, just to check this out, and probably a bit less speed, so more motion, less speed. So let's go 0.5 on that. And little changes here can make quite a big difference. You're trying to get the look right, so it is worth taking these few extra seconds. And I'll play blast again, and I'll be back in a sec. Okay, so my next play blast is in, and this should probably be good enough for me. I just want a little subtle kind of breeze, and I like the way this branch down here is waving, and we get a bit of movement at the start, and then it sort of calms down, but these bottom branches keep going, and within the twigs up here all these leaves will be rustling. So this is about perfect for me. So I've got that. Let me just redo this back to frame 1. So now I've got the animation on my tree, which means I can start to put the branches, the twigs and the leaves back on. However, as we made this tree low poly, you'll notice that the trunk's only got 4 sides, which is not very good for us at all. The problem is, if I smooth this, you can see it's all one object, so everything will be smoothed, and this is already 50,000 polys. If I smooth this, the poly count will go through the roof, all these tiny branches, and then when the twigs are on it, they'll also all get smoothed. So this is not the way to go. Now I need to smooth out just the trunk, and I need to do this before I do anything else, because if I cache this out, then Alembic will have a geometry cache of it. So after it's cached, I'm not going to be able to really do a lot with it. So first things before we do anything else is to smooth this trunk out. And let's select some faces on these major branches. So I'm just going to go up and select the faces on the major branches. And we're actually going to have to do a bit of remodeling here. Nothing terribly tricky. Okay, so that's selected all them, and then I'm going to shift and press the right angle bracket. There we go. and you might be able to hear me pushing that, but I'm just going to push it because that selects up. I'm just going to push it till I'm made sure I've selected everything. Now you'll notice doing it this way means I only get the major large parts of the trunk. It really doesn't matter that this tiny twig here only has 4 sides. That's not important to us. What we're looking to do is give this more mesh, so it's nice and round when we come to texture it without increasing the poly count. So at the moment we're at 52,700 polys. Let's go to mesh, smooth, and we're at 55,000 polys. So we've increased by, you know, a couple of thousand polys, which is absolutely fine. If we'd smooth the whole tree, we probably would have increased by at least 100,000 polys. So depending on the smoothing level. So, you know, you've got to bear these things in mind, really. Now, you'll notice that as we've smoothed, though, we've got a few errors here. Look, these are now actually bigger than the trunk, and these, which looks horrendous. And the bottom of the trunk's not exactly stunning either. So let's select faces, and again shift and right angle bracket, and let's select all the way up the trunk here. You can hear me furiously clicking away, and make sure it goes all the way up to the top of the trunk. Not quite, last few. There we go. And now I'm just going to make this a bit wider, so I'm going to hit R for scale, and let's see if I can center the pivot on that. Yeah, that's not going to work. I'm not going to select all the way up the trunk then. I'm just going to get these bits here, and that should be enough. So I've just selected up to here, and now I'm going to hold Control down and pull up this way, and that will make my trunk overall a bit fatter, which is nice. Okay, and then let's just see here. Now I can't actually do too much to this without breaking the animation, so I'm going to take these edges in here and scale them inwards, and this edge here and scale it inwards, just so it looks like they're disappearing into the trunk. And in fact, let me go back to where I had that whole thing selected. It looks like I've gone a bit off kilter, so I'm going to actually move it out, and it's going to cause a small kink up there. Yeah, okay, so it looks like I'm going to have to do this the hard way, folks. Okay, I'm going to have to leave that there, and I'm going to have to rather select this edge, hit B for soft selection, and just move that out. Let me just hit B again and change the size of the brush. So with soft selection, if you press and hold B and then hold the middle mouse button and drag, you can see you can change the size of the soft selection. So let's just change the size of that soft selection, and then R to scale up, and we'll just scale this trunk up a bit here. Okay, and I'm going to do the same thing up here. Okay, I'm going to do this until I get a trunk that I am happy with. So just remodeling ever so slightly. Okay, and these would then be bigger here. I'm going to turn off the soft selection by hitting B, and I'm just going to make this smaller. I'm going to do the same for this. Come in. There we go. And this is a bit of a tedious process, but well worth it in the end. You'll get a much nicer looking tree trunk and a much nicer looking tree in general. Okay, so just continue selecting the edges and moving them inside the trunk. Okay, see if we've got anything up here. Now up here, I'm just going to scale all these back a bit. And you know, I'd be a bit more fastidious than this. I'm doing this fairly quickly, and you can always take some time in remodeling the trunk, of course. I'm going to select this edge here. This one's a bit too fat, so I'm going to just bring that in a bit, and maybe this one in a bit as well, making sure that I've got no intersections around the other side. I'll probably select this bottom bit and widen it out a bit, just to give that base of tree trunk there. Okay, let's see, how's our tree trunk looking? It is looking a bit lopsided up the top there, it must be said. So let's take this edge here, scale it in, and we use soft selection for this. B again, and drag that, and just in a bit, in a bit. There we go, that's looking better. Now we don't have this kind of four-sided monstrosity anymore. We've got a much more smooth, clean trunk. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to just select this last edge here. I just want to make the bottom wider overall. Probably this one, yeah. And this one. Give us some sort of root system sticking up above the ground. Okay, so that's kind of a remodeling of the tree trunk there, so it's got a bit of extra geometry. It will look much nicer come texture time. This here, this is a bit wide still. Turn off soft selection and come in. There we go, and this might be a bit wide too. As I say, this is a bit of a finicky process to get the look that you want. Okay, now let's test that out with an animation. So let's come round to where we can see the branches move properly, and I'll do one more play blast to make sure we haven't broken our animation on that. We shouldn't have done, but you know, you can't be too careful. So I'm going to hit play blast and I will be back in a second. Okay, so our play blast is done, and as you can see, we haven't broken any of our animation by smoothing out these branches. Now, I would say this took a bit longer to calculate through the play blast, so again, a reason not just to smooth the whole tree. Whatever you do, don't just select the whole thing and hit mesh smooth, otherwise you'll be dealing with an inordinate number of polygons, and this is fine. Now, I'll probably spend a bit more time shaping this out. I might actually look at a real tree trunk for reference and get the kind of a better shape. It might be a bit still too thick up here. In fact, it probably is. But you know, this is one of those time-consuming things that just entirely depends on the kind of tree you're trying to create, really. So I'm going to leave you to get the look that you want on your trunk. Now it just remains for us to put the leaves and branches back on this. Now I'm going to just save a copy of this file, so I'm just going to increment and save. When you're dealing with very high poly objects, even though this one's only 100K, by the time we've got the leaves and branches on, you know, I always like to save quite a bit, especially when it's still connected to a paint effect. It can be a bit crash bang wallop. So let's go and get the leafy tree A and go under its settings, and we've got the animation we want. That's all good. We'll need to go up to growth, turn the twigs on, turn the leaves on. Okay. Okay, so you know, that changed us ever so slightly along the trunk when we turn the twigs on. The twigs are obviously having some effect on the trunk, which does happen sometimes. Again, it's not really a big issue. You might need to come in and just tweak a little bit. So just select this vert here, so we're not quite so square like so, and this one, and this one, and this one. Okay, and there's a few other places that could probably benefit from a little tweak, but actually we're looking pretty reasonable here. I can see just an edge just slightly sticking through here. Okay, there's actually a couple of edges sticking through, so we'll need to make those smaller again. And again, just go round. It's, you know, it's about an eye for detail at this point, really. And these all look good. So yeah, I think we just about got what we needed. And honestly, a lot of the time, because you know, I see people spending a very long time on stuff like this, and to be honest, half the time it doesn't make a lot of sense to do more than you need. If I'm shooting my tree from over here, which let's say it would be right in the center of the screen, about as big as I could possibly render it, I'm just not simply going to be able to see those small details. So I'm not going to concern myself too much with them, but I'm quite liking this. Right, so now we've got a trunk that I'm just going to change the colour of my backdrop again. Alt B, by the way, just in case I forgot to mention it last time. Now I've got a trunk I'm happy with, I've got a tree I'm happy with, I've got everything I'm happy with. I'm going to have to, again, the same with these leaves, duplicate special. So I'm going to roll back to frame 1 for this. And that will take a while because now we're dealing with all the leaves. There we go. So grab the leaves, edit, duplicate special. And this is the same procedure we've done before, so we don't want to duplicate the input graph. Duplicate special. I'm going to left click these leaves out of the group. So I'm just going to pop them there. This is just in case I would forget and cache them out later. So really now I need to UV these leaves. Okay, so let's move these up a bit. Okay, and what we've got here is absolutely nothing. So let me see why that's gone a bit wrong. Let's just delete that. And let's try a duplicate special again. Sorry about this, I'm not quite sure why that happened. Okay, and now I have leaves. Okay, so now we just have to transfer the UVs again. So in order to do that, I'll bring back my Paint Effect script, and I'm going to go for a 2x2. I really only need 4 variations of leaf for this, and I'll just hit Layout UVs. Now, because we're dealing with 38,000 polys, this is going to take maybe 30 or 40 seconds. Okay, that's done. Now we need to transfer the attributes as we've done before, so select the static leaves and then Control select the animated leaves and just go up to Mesh, Transfer Attributes, open the options box just to make sure we're on component and we're transferring the UVs and hit transfer. And again, because we're dealing with so many polys, this is going to take maybe 30 seconds. And I'll just pause and I'll be back when this is, there you go, done. So yeah, 30 seconds-ish. Right, so let's hide the static leaves, Control H, and let's apply our, well, first of all, let's look at the UV for this. Okay, perfect, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's apply our test texture. So on Lambert 2, and you should see that each leaf has its own individual color, which is magnificent, just what we wanted. And if I click through a frame of animation, frame 2, and let's get that to frame 3, you'll see now this is really quite slow. This is what I mean when I say caching this out might take, you know, half an hour, depending. The good news is, however, once you've done it once, you won't have to do it again. Let's just go back to frame 1. And come on, it's slow, excuse me folks. Okay, there we go, jump back to frame 1. So as I was saying, the good news is you'll only have to do this once, and realistically we're going to use this same tree in various different configurations throughout the file, so a couple of trees will give you enough variance to get sort of half a forest behind your house. So really this is not too much aggravation, but again, as I've said, do watch your poly count because we are currently dealing with 100k. Anything over that and your speed to cache and whatnot will go up quite exponentially. Right, now's the bit where we need to move these leaves out of the group before we cache. So that will also take some time, 30 seconds maybe. Okay, yeah, that took about 25 seconds. So we're still good, our UVs are still in place, everything is golden basically. Our trunk is no longer a 4-sided square block. We've got nice definition down here. You might want to take a bit of extra time on the shaping, please do. We've got all our leaves, each individual leaf is its own color, or we've got a variation of 4. If we'd have wanted, we could have had a variation of 9, but for me this is enough variation. As you can see, when I pull back, we're going to get a different, slightly different colored, slightly different shaped leaf. Everywhere there's a different color, and that's quite a lot of variation over an area sort of that size. Okay, now it just remains to select this and cache it out. Now I'm going to just finish this part off here, and then we'll come back and look at the lighting and shading. in the break, I'm going to cache out everything I need. So my grasses, the rest of my ground cover, and my other trees. Now, be aware that while this one might take an hour or so, all the others will be fairly fast. So, you know, I'm going to have that done. I think you probably have enough information now to just go ahead and get that done yourself. So same procedure we used before. Transfer the UVs, duplicate the mesh, transfer the attributes from the static mesh to the animated mesh, and then export the whole thing to Alembic. So again, cache, Alembic, cache, export selection to Alembic, making sure that you have UV write enabled. If you don't, then all the work we've just done will be for absolutely nothing, and you'll have to cache it again, which you don't want to do in this case. So let's call this leafy tree A, just to keep the naming convention nice and simple, making sure that I've just selected the group here with the branches and leaves and that I don't have that static mesh. I don't. Okay, so let's export the selection. Alright, so I'm going to cache out the rest of these now, and I'll see you in the next part. Thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. So in between the parts I've gone ahead and finished out the caching to Alembic for the rest of our objects here, and now everything is cached out. I can scrub through the timeline easily. We'll have no problems with batch rendering and things like that. So, you know, all I did was exactly the same in the previous part. I UV'd what needed to be UV'd and duplicated it if necessary, and I've just cached everything out to Alembic. Now, these trees took about an hour a piece, the big leafy ones, so it actually wasn't that bad. And, you know, the big trees in the back and the grass and stuff just took a few minutes, so not bad at all, really. I've taken the liberty of doing a quick play blast, so you can see the animation on everything. You can see the grass moving, the bushes moving, and everything. So that all went fairly successfully. I've got sort of the cool breeze that I like. So when I'd finished caching everything out, testing that it worked, I deleted the history on it. I got rid of any duplicates as we did in the previous part, and now I've gone ahead and got rid of the paint effects as well, which again is one reason that I like to have two versions of this file, one with history. So I've got a library that still has all the paint effects, and I've got a library that's just pure polygonal data ready to be exported. Now, before we get on to the shading and rendering of this, I want to cover some techniques for more advanced paint effects, because at the moment what we've done in volume 2 is just used the standard paint effects and then tweaked all the values to get something a bit nicer than the presets. Now I want to talk about making more complicated objects like flowers, and this technique is very good if you would want to, say, have apples on your tree, or oranges or lemons or limes, whatever. We can use it to instance real-world data, real geometry to paint effects. So the scope of what you can do with that is quite broad. Now, we're going to use a plugin called Soup for this, and if you've seen any of my tutorials before, you'll know that I'm a big advocate of this plugin. It's actually a list of nodes that you can use within Maya, and even if you skip this portion of the tutorial and go on with more simpler paint effects, I advise you to go and grab a copy of Soup and start to have a play with it. It will teach you a fantastic amount about how the internals of Maya work, which in the end will speed up your workflow. So if you want to get the plugin, it's just soup-dev.com, and it's under the tools. Download it. The install instructions will be in there, but really the install is quite simple. You're just going to copy the plugins to your plugin directory, copy the shelf to your shelf directory, which you'll find in Maya's prefs, and copy the icons into the Maya prefs icons directory. But as I say, you'll find instructions in here. There's also a few videos to help you get started with Soup. So the reason why we're going to instance geometry to a paint effect, and if I come in and hide all this stuff, and we'll eventually go to a new scene to do this, so I'll actually have then 3 libraries. I'll have a library with paint effects, I'll have a library for export, and I'll have a library with complicated mixture of paint effects and geometry. I just like to keep my workflows in separate files, but that choice is kind of down to you. Alright, so I'm going to kick in the Soup here, and after you've installed it you will need to restart Maya. So So I've got the soup, and as you can see, I've got all the nodes here. I've got some tools, and I've got a thing to help me connect everything together. Now, for us, we're going to be dealing with paint effects. So let's have a look at why a standard paint effect won't get the job done. So let's go into General Editors and Visor, and let's come in and go to Flowers and Daisy. Daisy's nice and simple, and I'm going to hold B and the left mouse button and drag the brush just so I've got a bit of a bigger brush, and here is Maya's default Daisy. Now, as you'll have known from volume 2, the defaults for these aren't very good, really. We have spent quite an amount of time changing our original trees from the default to get something that looks a bit nicer. But anyway, this is the default Daisy, so it comes in with these flower petals. Now, for us, it comes in with this bud here, it's called. If we look under the paint effects stroke, you'll see here under tubes, growth, it's buds. So that thing in the middle is a paint effects bud, and if we look at the amount of control we have over that, we've got none. Okay, so it really relies on a material to get that yellow color of the middle of the daisy. And these petals are not very good, and a daisy is quite simple, but if you wanted to put a rose on here or a lily or something like that, well, you can't not get one that looks good at least. I mean, for a distance shot, if you've got a daisy in a field of grass and it's sort of that big, you might get away with it, but anything up close, you're going to need to model a flower. But then, because this moves, it's a paint effect, of course, so it's going to move. The problem we have is if we just model a daisy flower and move it into position, well, this would work, but you'd have to then duplicate that and move it into position sort of several times. The other problem is the animation won't work. If we use an animation constraint, that won't work either because the data is fed in from a paint effect. So here we have a substantial problem, and this is what we're going to use Soup to help us solve. So I'm actually going to do this in a new scene. Okay, and I'm just bringing the grid back, and once again I'm just going to pop in one of those daisies. So I want the visor, and under paint effects, flowers, daisy. So let's just come in and make a bit of a bigger brush, and there we go. So I've got a random smattering of daisies here. Now, before we go into the fairly complex workflow of nodes with Soup, let's just make a daisy. Now, I'm going to make something really simple, but as I said, you can make something really quite complex, a rose, chrysanthemum, whatever you want, really. I'm just going to do a daisy because it's nice and fast, and then in between the parts, I'll probably do a couple of other flowers, and you are welcome to have the scene file for that as well. I will leave it in the project folder. So let's do this daisy. Let's just hide our paint effect for a second. Control H, and let's get something that looks like a daisy. Now I'll bring up a picture of one so we've got some reference. So here I've got one in Lightroom, and it's basically a small roundish bud with these petals that come out both front and back. So we're going to just make a quick representation of this in Maya, and then I'll do a few more complicated flowers in the break, at least one anyway. So let's get a polygon plane and let's move that up, sort of get it like so. That'll be my petal. It's got far too much geometry on it, so over to the channel box and let's put the subdivisions width and height to 1. So I've got here a basic daisy petal. Now we'll use a material that has transparency, so I'm not going to worry about modeling in the actual shape of the petal for this. Now I'm going to change the pivot point of this to be in the center of here, and it doesn't have to be perfect, let's just get it about right. Okay, and then insert again to unselect the pivot. So moving the pivot point, by the way, insert on the keyboard in case I forgot to mention it. Now we've got this, we need to duplicate that around to make the petals, but first I want to put a front and a back section, so E to rotate, and rotate this up slightly, there we go. And I'm going to have 10 petals around, so click it and duplicate special, pop open the options box. I'm going to reset this. And number of copies, well, I want 10 copies. So if I've got 10 copies, that's going to be 36 degrees every time. So every 36 degrees, it will make another copy and duplicate special. And there you go, I've got 10. I've probably got 2 of these because it's gone, all the way around and made one in the original position, which I no longer need. And then I'm just going to duplicate this. Actually, I could have left that duplicate, and there we go. Put it sort of slightly offset, and then rotate this down. So I've got 2 layers of petals, and then I'm going to go Edit, Duplicate Special. Okay, I've probably got 2 of this original one. Again, I have. Don't need that. Now I can come in and just do some random kind of scaling, make some a bit longer than others. Now you're modeling with actual geometry. You've got quite a bit of leeway on what you do. So really this is something I'll probably take care of in the break, getting a more complicated model. And this is not big enough. Let's move this up a bit. And out a bit. I want to exaggerate the amount of yellow I've got in mine. So it's probably slightly bigger than it was on the reference. Let's just check. No, it's about the same size. We've got a fair few more petals, but that'll be okay. Okay, so now we've got this. Let's group it together. Mesh, combine. And as I say, feel free to model something a bit more complicated. Alright. So there we go, there's our daisy head. Let's bring back our paint effect stroke. So Shift and H to bring that back. And now what we need to do is get this instanced up to here. And as I say, we're going to need soup for this. So let's let's convert this to a polygon first. So we're dealing with polygonal geometry. So modify, convert paint effects to polygons. Okay, there we go, and I'm just going to assign this standard Lambert to it. Done. Now pop open the node editor. Okay, mine's opened on another window. There we go. I'll just make that so we can see, and then I want to graph the paint effect. So select the paint effect stroke and hit here to graph it. Now you can see our paint effect is connected first of all to a timer, then to a paint effect, then to the original curve it was born from, and then to the stroke node. It's the stroke node we're interested in, and you can see that the stroke node is connected to the geometry. So it's connected to this geometry, which is why when we hit play, this geometry animates. So all we need to do, now we know that Paint Effects knows where these petals are. Yes? So, there must be a way to get that data out, and in Maya there isn't, but with Soup there is. So let's go to Soup, go here, and you want Paint Effects to Array, and this will create a Paint Effects to Array node. Now you need to feed this some data, so we're going to take the world main mesh and feed it in here to the in-stroke mesh. Now this has a record of all that Paint Effects. If I just pop that open, all that Paint Effects data I now have access to. So I've got the leaf flatness, width, rotation, position, the main position, the flowers and everything else. And if we look under the attribute editor with this selected, you'll see here that we've got some attributes we can change. So we want main data, leaf data we can leave, flower data. We've got position, rotation, and I also want width. So I want to pump out the position, rotation, and width of these petals and then tell this that it's there. Okay, not too complicated really so far. Now, unfortunately, I can't feed this data straight into an instancer because I could only pull it out one at a time, so I'd need 3 instances, and that just wouldn't work. So let's have a look what we can do. Let's use a attribute to array to dynamic array. Now I click that, and where is it coming? It's coming down there. Now I'm actually going to need 3 of these, so let's create another one and another one. Now I should have 2 pop up down here. Now I need 3 because I'm taking position, scale, and rotation, or in this case width. So the first one, we want this outflower position. So I'm going to drop that in there, and there's only one place to connect it, the in array. Then I want the outflower rotation. I'm going to drop that in there, in array, and the outflower width. Drop that in there, in array. So now I've got position, rotation, and width. Now this isn't going to work by itself. If we click here and go up to the channel editor and have a look under quick help, This is the names and types of all the array attributes that are going to be used by a geometry instancer. So the geometry instancer will need to know what this is. It won't know magically that it's positional data. So I'm going to take here and see what the instancer needs that position called, and in this case it needs it called position. So I'm going to type the name of this, just so it tells the instancer that it's positional data. Then we've got scale data. Actually, we've got rotation data. So do we have a rotation? Yes, we do. So we can feed that into eventually the instance's rotation. And now we've got an out width, but we have no width here. The instancer will not understand width, so we'll tell it it's scale, and that should work very nicely. So now we've got position, rotation, scale. Now we've got three outputs from here, 1, 2, 3, and only one instancer. So we need to chain these together. So I'm going to take the out dynamic array from this and stick it into the in dynamic array from that, and the out dynamic array from this, and the in dynamic array from that. So now we've basically got three things that are chained together with one output. Now we need to create the instancer. Now within the node editor you can actually just hit tab and type in what you want. So in this case, instancer, and go here, and that will make an instancer for you that you can then connect this to. That won't work. It'll seem to work fine until you come to some animation, at which point it won't work. So although you can do that, don't. And that tab key is a great shortcut, by the way. You can type in any node here, array to dy. I can type it in here and just get it here, so I don't need to use the shelf. Now in most instances typing nodes in works absolutely fine. The reason it won't work is because the instancer will need to be connected to a particle in order for the animation to update properly. So what we'll need to do is go under effects, so let's see, effects menu, M particles, legacy or normal, it really doesn't matter, and hit create emitter. Delete the emitter you've just created, leave the particle. Then go up to, again, N particles instancer, and this will create an instancer for us. There we go. That is connected to this particle shape here. Okay, so we've got one instancer now. Now, we need to put the geometry in the instancer. So select your geometry, which I will give a name to, just so it doesn't get confusing, and then control select in the outliner the instancer and hit add selection. Now here in our instancer we have one daisy head. You can have multiple pieces of geometry in here and then script them so they appear randomly. Many things can be done. Now take the output of these three chained together, out dynamic array, and stick them on this instancer. Okay, now we've got this, and when we play the animation you can see they're all animated. Now you'll notice the instancer is disconnected from the particle shape, so you really wouldn't think it would make any difference if you created it this way, but actually I've found in this particular configuration of circumstances, for some reason it does. So on Maya 2015, not so much. On Maya 2016, yes. So just bear that in mind. But right now we've got, tons of this instanced up here. Which is obviously not good for us. Let's go into the paint effects stroke. And the really cool thing about this technique is not only does it allow us to instance real-world geometry on the paint effects and preserve the animation, it also preserves the paint effect, by which I mean if I was to come down here and change the number of, let's say, leaves on this, so if we look at the leaves here, the paint effect still works. And that even goes for things like creation. So, I can change all the creation steps. I could change the branches, for instance, have less of those, and that works. You'll see all of those disappear. So everything is preserved and working. Now, let's go down to flowers. And number of flowers, we want 1. And flower dropout, 0. Now we've told it number of flowers 1, but we still seem to have 2. So if we pop open the visor, the node editor, and if you ever lose this, bang, it's gone, you can just graph the paint effect here, and it'll all come back. So you see paint effects to array, dynamic arrays, instancer. Now let's click paint effects to array. Let's have a look under the attribute editor, and we've got flower range here set to 1, set it to 0, and hey presto, we've only got one flower. Okay, now I'm pumping out position, rotation and width, but my original rotation of my instance object is wrong, because as you can see these are not properly embedded on the flower head. So let's get that to where it's right. So somewhere probably around there, maybe a little bit more. Okay, so we're just basically getting that into shape there, and you'll notice now that it's not quite aligned in the up direction, so we'll just move this a bit and freeze its transformations. So edit, freeze transformations, sorry, modify, and you see that moved up. So I've got freeze transformations on a little shelf. Get this, freeze transformations, and up a bit more, freeze transformations, and we're basically in the center now. Now our geometry here is a little bit big, but because that's connected still to the paint effect, we can come up and change the width of the flower in the paint effect, which will actually change the width of our geo. So let's have a look under flowers, and here somewhere we should have a flower width, and there you go, you can change that there to something a bit more appropriate, 0.8 maybe. There we go. Now let's hide this, Control H, and there we go. Now we've still got that original petal, but that's not a problem. We can just Control hide the geometry for that, and we have our daisies with proper geometry on. And you'll notice the animation is working fine if I exaggerate the animation. So let's come in under behaviors and turbulence, and let's exaggerate that a bit. There you go. So what we've done is we've created a paint effect with actual real world geometry instance to it that knows where it is, and looking at this I might have to just change the position of my instance object and freeze its transformations just slightly off center, but you know, it's not really a big issue. And there we go, we have our daisies. So you know, we created a very simple model for this, but you could have created a much more complicated one, as I've mentioned, roses. Now if we look again in the node editor, you'll also notice that if we look at this paint effects to array value, let's look at the out data. We've got out positions for other things as well. So if we look at these leaves, for instance, which are just standard leaf cards, you know, we can use transparency here to make these look a lot better, which we will be doing with the trees. But what if you wanted to put, let's say, something else along the trunks of here? Well, let's create something else, just so I can run you through the procedure once more. And let's go up to polygons, and let's create a pointy thing. So this could be a thorn, or you know, if it was round and this was a tree, it could be an apple. I'll just leave that where it is, and I won't bother to model anything, just run through the procedure once more. So let's go here and let's take a look at what we can do with this. So let's create some more arrays to dynamic arrays to pump data out, and just hit tab, array, if I can spell, to dynamic array, and we're going to need 3, so you can do this from the shelf as well. And one more, and there we go. So let's try some other data, and I encourage you to play with this. You can really get some sort of great results this way. So let's use the out main position and plug that in there. Let's use the out main rotation and plug that in there, and let's use the out main width and plug that in there. Okay, now let's create another instancer. So let's select our particle and end particles instancer. There we go, should have one come in here somewhere. instancer 2. Right, now we got 2 instances, so 1, 2. And now, again, it's a case of linking all these together. So I'm just chaining these together so they all get all of the data from one output. So again, just position, rotation, and we're going to need to go up and tell this what it is again, so otherwise the instancer won't know what we're talking about. So position, and this one is rotation. And this one is width, so we're going to have to go scale for that because the instancer doesn't understand width. And that's connected it to the instancer. Now let's select our cone here, instancer, and add selection. And you'll notice all the way along here I've got little cones. So if I turn those outwards, whoops, I've actually got them all selected, let's not do that. If I turn those outwards, I can now start to get something that might resemble little thorns along the branches. So if I was making roses, I can now instance real wild thorns, something that you cannot do with paint effects. Paint effects thorns are done as a post-production process and are done as a post process and don't have any geometry involved. So now, using these techniques, we can create some really quite fantastic paint effects. And from here, I've got main data, which is actually what we're pumping out here, main position. So if I give this a bigger range, you'll see more thorns. Change the offset, you'll see the thorns go from the top to the bottom. Okay, so these nodes give me quite a bit of control over the paint effect I'm working with. And as I said, all animated. Okay, so there's still a few things we can do here. We've got our thorns and we've got our replacement flower heads. Now, right now, I'm just going to get rid of these thorns because we don't actually need them for these daisies, just as an example of something that can be done. So I'll get rid of all of the array to data arrays for the thorns and the instance that we created. And that leaves us with just these flower heads. Now, we can go a bit more into depth with this. If we look at our replacement geometry, and I'll just get rid of that as well. If we look at our replacement geometry, it's all identical. Now, if we go into the paint effects curve, we can change that somewhat. Let's go to the attribute editor, and then let's have a look under the shape node. Where are we? The daisy small here, and tubes and creation, growth, there we go. And we look at the flowers because that's what these are. Now there should be some sort of random scale in here. There normally is with the paint effect. So let's have a look. Size random. Okay, and you'll see that makes the size of these things different. So in the case of daisies, that's probably good enough for this. But in the case of more complicated flowers, and I can also make these a bit smaller, so we get a better size random. We can have some smaller and bigger ones. So let's just look at the width here. Let's go to 0.5. There we go, and that gives us a much nicer adjustment on the random down here. So random, there we go. Now I can kind of get a couple of really small ones. There we go. So, you know, for daisies and simple flowers, this is enough. We've now got complicated geometry linked on there, you know, on any flower you want, and we've got a random size for all that, giving us a bit more realism to the whole process. But when that's not enough, if you were modeling, let's say, some lilies and you wanted some open and some closed, then the size random is not going to get it done for you. You're going to need to be able to put different types of instances on all of these flower heads. Now, this is possible with soup, and I'm going to demonstrate this by just bringing in, let's say, a box and a sphere. So a couple of other pieces of geometry. Now, if we look in the instancer, there is a section to add more stuff. So if I just come up, click and add selection, you'll notice nothing happens. That's because we're telling this instance no information about what object ID to use. And in fact, if we look at one of the array to dynamic arrays, and we look here, we've actually got an object index. So if we could tell this object index to be random, let's say in this case random between the value of 1 and 3, then it would be able to replace these with a random instance of any geometry we picked. So if you, again, we'll go back to the case of lilies, had modelled a half-open lily, a fully open lily, and a closed one, you'd now be able to use 3 completely different pieces of geometry. And we're going to run through that now. Now, it's a fairly complicated setup in terms of all we need to do is feed an object ID into here. But unfortunately, there's no random node. So I can't plug one in, and I've got no base for a script, so I can't really script one out as well. Or I could do, but it would be much more complicated than the way I'm going to show you now. So I'm going to use a couple of soup nodes, one of which has a random attribute, and then I'm going to plug it into here. So first off, I'm going to use point cloud to mesh. So let's so I've got here point cloud to mesh somewhere. There we go. So this is another soup node, which is a point cloud to mesh node. So I need to take some mesh data. So I'm going to take the main position PP and plug it in here to the in position. And then I need somewhere to feed this. So I'm going to use a mesh to arrays. I think it's mesh, let's have a look here, mesh to arrays, there we go. I'm going to plug this from, let's see what we've got here, from the out mesh to the in mesh here, input mesh, and if I look under this mesh to arrays node, you see I've got a minimum random floating point number and a maximum random floating point number. So if I put this one at 0 and this one at 2, that will give me a random from 0 to 2. I can then use an array to dynamic arrays. And plug this in. So let's go other, and let's take the random float number that we want and plug it in here to the in array. Then we're going to need to plug this out dynamic array into this in dynamic array, and then we're finally going to break the connection between this and the instancer, so all our instances will be gone. And I'm going to use this one as the fourth in the chain. So this one does position, as you can see up here, this one does rotation, this one does scale, and this one will now do object index. Like so. So the object index is being fed from here. Now we've had to go through a pretty convoluted setup, but it has indeed given us this random number from 0 to 2. So now I can plug this back into the indexer, back into the instancer. So out dynamic arrays to input points, there we go. And you'll notice here, right now, I have flowers and spheres, which is not the best, because I wanted cubes too. So let's take another look here in this mesh to arrays, and let's change this min float to 1, okay, 0, and let's change this to 3. And am I getting any, let's see, instancer? Okay, yeah, I have got cubes. I just couldn't see them before because they're quite small. So let's just select our base objects and make those bigger so we can see what's going on. And there you go, very obviously have circles and now some cubes. So probably only need a value of 2 here. No, actually need a value of 3. Okay. So we've got a random instance 1, 2, and 3, and we've got 1, 2, and 3 in here. Now you could then put, as many pieces of geo as you want in here. You just have to go back in and basically come along and change the minimum and maximum float value, which will give you a random number to plug in to the instancer through another array to dynamic array. So purely position, rotation, scale, object index. Okay, it gives you a lot of flexibility and a lot of power here. Now let's hide these. Right, so I'm going to leave that part here. Oh, and by the way, all these new objects are, of course, animated and obey the standard paint effects rule sets under the stroke. So realistically now we've got a situation where we can take multiple pieces of geometry and instance them anywhere we like on a paint effect, giving us a very powerful animation system, a very powerful way to do complicated paint effects. Now when I come back, we're going to look at finishing this off. We're also going to look at caching this out, because it's not as simple as you might think. If I select the mesh group now and do the alembic cache trick that we did before, it's not going to work. This animation on here from this instance requires these objects to be connected to the paint effect, and as soon as we disconnect them, they'll stop animating. So that becomes a large problem for us. So we're going to look at some ways to deal with that. We're going to look at some ways to turn this into real geometry. And basically we're going to look at finishing this particular plant off. So I hope you found this somewhat educational. And you can find more information about all of those soup nodes on soup-dev.com, the same place you downloaded the plugin. I encourage you to go and check it out. It's a very interesting website, very nice people, and you know, the amount of nodes in soup is beyond the scope of a tutorial like this one, but I can assure you once you get into the habit of playing around with these, you'll learn a lot about the internals of Maya and how things work, but also it'll help you speed up your workflow quite a bit. So again, that's all for me from now, and when I come back we'll look at finishing off this plant. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So we continue from where we left off with these three different objects in our instance here. Now I've made some small tweaks to this plant in between the parts, basically just to the paint effect stroke. So I've altered the size of the leaves slightly, and I've changed the split max depth so we get less branches coming out of it. I've changed the animation speed from the exaggerated speed that we had before down to something a bit more realistic for our scene, and that was basically it. I've also taken the liberty of modeling a couple of different daisy heads. So we got this one that we modeled, and really I've just taken out a few faces to make three different versions of the same thing. And I've done this because we went to all the trouble of setting this instance up, so we might as well have three different types of daisy head. You can obviously spend a bit more time creating something that maybe a bit more complicated than this, but for me, at the distance this is going to be viewed at, this will be absolutely fine. So let's go ahead and get the sphere and the cube out of the instancer. So I'm just going to click sphere and cube here and remove items, and then I'm going to put my daisy head 1 and 2 into the instancer. So I'm just control selecting and add selection, and if we look up here now, we've got all daisy heads, some with a few bits missing, some with no bits missing, and some with just a little chunk. So it just gives us that extra added level of detail, and really you have to also consider what distance this is going to be away from the camera. At this sort of distance away from the camera, you might see it in the middle of a field of grass at this distance. Well, so you might want to bear in mind what kind of distance you're going to be shooting at. So for me, this is enough of a level of detail. So before we can call this done and dusted, we have all the animation, we have the various different geometry, we have kind of all our ducks in a row. And one thing I did notice was that these are pointed in the wrong direction. These front-facing petals here should be facing forward. So I'm going to have to grab all three of my daisy heads and just rotate them so they're facing the right way, and this probably will facilitate me needing to then move this a little bit and freeze its transforms again. It does. You can see it's off center, but this isn't a problem. We'll just move it up a bit and hit freeze transform, and that should be about right. It is looking in the center, but it's a bit far forward, so let's move it. Oops, let's move it back, and let's get one of these and freeze transform, and there we go. Okay, so now we're back to on the center. Everything is right again with the world. Yeah, looking pretty good. Alright, just notice that when I was scrolling around there that I want these to be pointing upwards, not downwards. It's a small detail, but So now we've got everything pretty much sorted out. We need to export this, but if I select its group, you'll see that I'm not actually going to export the daisy heads. So I can select the instance of 2, which will select the heads for the daisy, but this won't actually export to Alembic. What will happen is just this geo will be exported and nothing else. So we need to convert these to real world geometry, but before we do that, we're going to have to put a UV on them. Now these things are incredibly simple to UV, so I'll run through one, pause and let you guys run through the other, or indeed I'll include this with the tutorial so you can just open mine. And the reason we need to UV them first is when they go up here, we're going to convert these instances to real world geometry. They'll actually each be a separate object, and if they don't have the UV on them now, we'll then have to go in and separately UV each one of these objects, which will be a pain in the backside. So we're going to do it now. So I'm going to use the UV Auto Unwrap tool that comes with the Maya bonus tools, which you can download off Autodesk website. And this is, as I say, a really easy thing to actually UV properly. So we'll go up to UV Editor, Auto Unwrap tool. Make sure you're on Unfold 3D, and make sure the Unfold 3D is turned on in the Plugins Manager. Now this is a native Maya plugin, it's included with Maya. However, I'm not sure if it's on by default, so if you're getting errors or whatnot, just make sure this Unfold 3D is ticked as loaded. Okay, and as soon as you've selected the objects you want to UV, hit enter and close, you'll see it goes a different color and ask me to define an edge. Now this will be where the texture cut comes. So I'll define one around here, make sure I've selected all the way around, hit add borders and then hit continue. Now I can go into the UV editor and check that's laid out the UVs. There should be no problem with a thing like this. I can turn on the UV checker and you'll see I've got perfectly square checkers here, absolutely no problems at all. So I'm happy with that. I'll turn off the checker and just hit done, and that's it. It's UV'd. It's as simple as that. So I'm just going to do the other two, which I said I was going to pause and do off camera, but it's actually such a quick process. I'll just run through it now. So enter and close, and again select here that center ring for this and add borders, continue. I don't even need to check the UV editor for this, I know it will be right. Okay, and same with this, bonus tools, UV editing, auto unwrap, enter tool, come down here and click, add borders, continue, done. Okay, so I'm just going to select all three of these things and UV, let's slap the checkered texture on all three of them just to double check, and that's looking perfectly fine. I mean, UVing something like this is very simple. So I'm going to click the objects one at a time now, and the layout's a bit higgledy-piggledy, so I'm just going to put polygons layout. There we go, that's one done. And once again, whoops, I need to click done on this last one. And once again, polygons layout, and same for this one. Which one hasn't been done? Let's have a look. This one, polygons layout. Okay, so that's 1, 2 and 3, all with the UVs done. Let's move them back into their zeroed out position, or where we last froze the transforms, and then delete the history on all of them. The bonus tools auto layout UV occasionally leaves some history behind, so it's better to just clean that up now. So edit, delete by type, history, and there we go. Now we're still seeing the border edges on this. If that gets on your nerves, which it does mine, you can come up here and untick this show, no, where is it? This one, show border edges, and gone. And for this one too, there we go. And this one. There is absolutely no need to do that, it just gets on my nerves when I can see those fatter edges, some sort of OCD thing. Alright, anyway, now we need to turn this from this geometry into this instance back into geometry again, because this instance at the moment is absolutely no good to us. Okay, now Soup has a tool for this, but it's not going to work in our case out the back, because if you look at where our pivot point is, it's up here. And if we try and uninstance this now, I'll just show you what happens. So if you go to Soup, under the Tools here, you'll have a uninstancer. So let's just click that. You'll see it's pretty quick. It's going to go through 250 frames, and I have set this to 250 frames because we'll be doing a 10-second animation at the end. And then click Instance Objects. You'll notice they're not exactly where they should be. They do work fine, and if we look under Instance Objects, look, I've got all that nice geometry. Lovely, but in the wrong position. This is because of the pivot point of this object. Because of these objects, because the pivot point is up here, that's where the uninstance is going to center the object from. So this object, you know, has been placed pivot point first here, but because the pivot point's not in the center, it ends up here somewhere. So let's delete those instanced objects, or delete the meshes that were made by the uninstance tool, and let's just come and select this daisy head, hit Insert, change the pivot point, go up to here and hit 0, 0 and 0. This will put it back to the center of the grid. Do the same for the second daisy head and the same for the third daisy head. Okay, so insert again so we get off that move pivot, and just check all of those pivot points are in the center. Now I can select the instancer, go up to the Tools here and uninstance, and this time we should get the geometry landing in the right place. Okay, let's just click them, check them. Let's hide the instance ones, so Control H to hide that instancer, and there we go, we've got geometry. This is just polygonal geometry. Now I'm going to come in here, you'll see it's got keyframe animation on it, nice and fast. I'm going to middle mouse drag that to the daisy mesh group, so it's all in one group. I'm going to hit play, and you'll see that we've moved our group node here. So let me just undo this. Okay, I'm going to have to take the whole group node, sorry, forgot to move the group node that the instance objects were under, and let's have a look at that. Perfect. Now we can take our whole daisy mesh group and go Edit, Delete by Type, History, which has completely disconnected it from the paint effect. So you'll notice the daisy heads still move because they're keyframed, but this doesn't, which means, you know, we're always going to have the animation on this but not this. So let's Control Z and undo that delete history just so we get the paint effect movement back. And before we can delete the history, even though we've got these moving, we need to cache this out lot. I'm going to cache the whole lot out as an alembic cache as we've done before. So I'm going to call this Daisy Complex, and I'm going to make sure that I don't have anything here. I've got this small flower, I don't want to cache that out, and I'm going to call these heads. And again, the importance of a very structured naming convention, or at least one you understand when exporting out caches and things. As we've seen before, it becomes quite important. So let's select this whole lot and up to cache. Now I don't have it loaded in, so plugin manager, and let's just load in that alembic cache, alembic export, and that should load in the import too. Good. So cache, alembic cache, export selection to alembic. Make sure you have the UV right on. Once again, we've gone to the problems of these UVs, so we want that on. And export selection, and I'll just call this one, yeah, I already have one I made earlier, so I'll just overwrite that one, Daisy 1 Complex. Okay, and that caches out really quickly. Lovely. Now we can select the whole group here, Edit, Delete by Type, History. That should still animate. Okay, the heads are animating, but of course the body is not. The heads still have the keyframe on. We need to re-import the alembic cache, of course. So Daisy 1 Complex, import under the current selection and merge. Done. We should have now our movement back. Excellent. And let's just make sure, yeah, our playback speed is on real time. Right, now we've got a whole bunch of junk in here that we don't actually need. We don't actually need these daisy heads anymore, so you can get rid of those. We don't need the polycube, we don't need the instancer, we don't need the particle, and we don't need the paint effect. So this finally leaves us with just one simple poly object. It's all polygons, it's got no paint effects, no particle systems, no instance, no nothing. It's just one nice simple poly object that we can texture. Now there is one last thing that remains to be done. I can move this into place like so, just so it's at the center of the grid. This is, as we discussed in volume 2, when you're going to have things for import, you want to get them nice and centered in the grid, and you want to sort out their pivot point, just so when you start placing them down with a particle instancer or with a raycast geometry tools like, for instance, SP Paint, then you'll have the pivot point where you need it. And let's see, right, okay, for that group. So that is it, that is done. That is one complicated paint effect with custom geometry converted into polygons. Now you can just export this. So File, Export, Selection, and we'll call this one Daisy Export, just so we know what it is. And I can then open up my trees and grass library, which I've got here. Okay, this is where we left our trees and grass library with the Alembic cache and everything, and playback speed, play every frame, sorry. Okay, so you can see that cache just as we left it really, and now I'm going to import my Daisy in here so it's all in one centralized file. So I've got here Daisy Export, which I'll then import, and there we go. Whoops, it seems like on the import for some reason the and you'll see it's all animated and everything is fine, but it seems like the material has dropped off our Daisy heads. Let's just make sure the UV hasn't, because that would be bad. No, the UV is fine and the material is no problem. Realistically, we can just go in here, click Daisy heads, as we're just using Lamberts at the moment, just while we're before we come to the shading portion. We'll just go Lambert 1, and there we go, done. So not a really big issue there. Okay, so the complex Daisy and all of our paint effects that we're going to use. Now I may take the time to make some other variations of this flower, some different types of wildflower, but I'll be using exactly the techniques we've used here. So, any files I create, I'm going to put in with the project download, so you'll be able to take a look for yourself. But that about finishes off our complex paint effects and our paint effects animation. Next part, we're going to look at basic lighting so we can start to do some texturing on this. We'll be using Photoshop and some images that I've went out and photographed a couple of days ago for this purpose. So I hope you found something in here that was of interest to you, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So now we've been through the process of setting up the animation for our paint effects. We've done the exports for them with Alembic. We've created a more complicated paint effect object with instance geometry and finally converted that into a pure polygon. So we've got pretty much all our ducks in a row now. Now we need to start with the lighting and shading. So I just want a word on color management in Maya first of all. Now this has changed quite drastically. If I render this image, just hit render here. Okay, this is what I see. Now this is not what I would see in previous versions of Maya. In previous versions of Maya I would see this, which led to people overlighting the scene, because basically the viewer was displaying the image in linear, and what you want on a monitor is an image displayed in sRGB. Now you've got this handy display the image in sRGB. The nice thing is that Maya itself is still working in linear space, so when it comes to save out our images later on, we'll save out a nice linear image for compositing at 16 or 32 bits. But we get the real view in the viewer. We get the view that we expect to see. Now in previous versions you would have had to apply a lens shader to the camera to get this, and then you would have started gamma correcting all your textures and things like this, and basically it was a pain in the backside. In the new Maya, if you go up to settings and preferences and hit preferences and then down to color management, you'll see that it's got a full color management toolset. Now this will be enabled by default on new Maya scenes. On older scenes, so if you bring in a scene from an older version of Maya, this will turn itself off. So it's then up to you to either turn it back on or use the old management workflow with gamma correct nodes in between the texture and the shader, and some kind of photographic exposure node or simple exposure node on the camera. But for people that are new to Maya, you won't need to worry about any of that. Just make sure the color management is on. And what that's doing is telling Maya to render in linear, but show us the render view here in sRGB. Now you can still go back and show it in RAW. So if I set this to RAW, and in an old version of Maya we would have color corrected that manually to a gamma of 2.2, you would be back where we started. But again, all of this no longer necessary. Just make sure that you're set to RGB here, so you're seeing the true view. In previous versions of Maya, this led to a lot of confusion about what was going on, because people would see this in the viewport, assume the render was too dark and start adding more lights and whatnot, and this led to hugely overexposed images and all sorts of problems with light fall off. However, no longer the case. Make sure we're on sRGB. Another nice thing is we don't have to gamma correct our textures anymore. In fact, if I just hide this lot, and I can bring in a simple polysphere or something, and let's just make that a bit larger. There we go. And if I apply a texture to this now, so assign new material, and let's just go with a Lambert, and come in and apply a texture to this, and we'll just apply the sky texture I've got in here. Okay, so we can see our sky texture. If I render it, it's going to look like this. Okay, so there was no gamma correction nodes necessary. Nothing had to be done. The setting for what this image is under the file node itself now with this color space. So this is an sRGB image, and generally every texture we bring in is going to be an 8-bit sRGB image. Very rare to use a 16-bit linear image as a texture unless you're doing a HDR map or something like that. So you know, this is done automatically for us. Very nice. Now, one thing to bear in mind is if you're bringing in a normal map or a bump map or something like this, you're going to want to set this to RAW. Now, we'll go through this more when we get into materials, but realistically, color management is all handled for us now, so you don't need to worry about going to the camera and putting, as back in the olden days, a mental ray lens shader in there. You don't need to bother with any of that. It's done for you. The only thing to bear in mind, as I said, is if you've got a displacement map, a bump map, something like this, then you want to set that under the file texture node to RAW. But 90% of the stuff you bring in is going to be sRGB. Okay, so that's all nice and easy. Nothing really to see there. By default, it's all going to be set up to work. Now let's bring in a tree. So just bring in one of these, Shift H, and hide this one. We'll just work with this one for now. So we know I've got my color management set up. Now I need some form of global illumination, and I'm going to need some lights as well. And you know, so for the GI we're going to use Final Gather. So under your render settings, quality mode, advanced light sampling, you've got this new one, the GI prototype, which will eventually be GPU accelerated. So that's going to be great, I think. Right now at this moment in time it's pretty buggy. I've noticed a few errors with it. It's very slow at the moment. In comparison to some of the quickness you can get with Final Gather with the right settings. So for this tutorial we'll use Final Gather. The GI prototype as well is basically on and off at the moment. There are a few things you can tweak with it, but it's designed to be simple. It's also designed to work with a GPU, which being a prototype it doesn't yet. So in my experience as of Maya 2016 Service Pack 2, it's better to go with Final Gather right now. So we're going to hit Final Gather. Make sure you have Show Advanced settings on. We're going to go down here to Legacy Options, and this is far too high, especially for preview rendering. So let's turn the accuracy down, the point density down. Let's give ourselves a couple of light bounces and go on to the final gather map and turn the filter on. This will just stop any bright hotspots developing at low quality. And then the tracing, well, let's trace a couple of reflections, a couple of refractions, and have a max trace depth of 4. Now we'll go into these settings a bit more as we go along. This is for our kind of preview render. So with this turned on, I'm going to leave all the other settings at default. The overall quality is very low at the moment, but again, for preview rendering this will be fine. So let's take a look at our render with this turned on. So with that turned on, this takes 10 seconds, which is pretty acceptable for a preview render. And you can see we've got some GI going on, we've got some light bounce, everything's nicely illuminated, but we've got no direct illumination. So at the moment, Maya's default lights are turned on. So let's go on and just untick, enable default light. If I render now, it'll probably just come out black because there's no light in the scene apart from what's going to happen with Final Gather, but because Final Gather's got no direct light, no image-based lighting, nothing to bounce off or nothing to be generated from, you're just going to see black. So we're going to need some sort of lights. Now I'm going to turn on here the resolution gate just so I can see what I'm going to be rendering, but it's a little large, so I'm going to go into the camera settings, and under the perspective shape I'm going to go down to display options, and I'm going to change the overscan from 1.3 to 1.1, maybe even a little lower, 1.05, and now I can see in this box will show me what I'm rendering. In fact, if I change the render preset here to something like 1K square, you'll see this changes. So this will always give you a decent preview of what you're rendering. And let's just go to HD 720, and so now I can line my camera up easier. Okay, now we need some kind of direct light, so let's go to create lights, and there's now a new environment, physical sun, which previously was under the render settings under create physical sun and sky. Now you can just use the physical sun. So if I select the sun, it's just a directional light really. It's a sort of infinite light in any direction you point it. Where it's actually placed doesn't make any difference. It's just the direction it's pointing in. The only reason I'm moving it at all is so I can see where it's pointed. Now let's get this downwards at an oblique angle. Now the angle of this way and this way will control how much intensity it has. So if I angle it right up like so, we should once again render a fairly black image, because that would mean the sun is down, so basically the lights are off. You can see here I'm getting nothing. So not only will it control the direction of the light, it will control the intensity. If I come straight down at a very striking angle, we'll see a very bright image. It also add a little bit of color to the scene too. So now we have that direct illumination. We've got a very bright image. If I change the angle on this sun to be more sort of, this would be sun over here somewhere, so kind of sunset almost, or sunrise depending on the angle you're coming from, and let's get another render, and you should see this is not quite as bright. Okay, so you can see immediately much darker image coming through here. And that's basically just the physical sun. So it acts like the sun really would, you know, if it's sun directly down on you, it's midday. If the sun's over there on the horizon somewhere, it's kind of dusk. And that's sort of where I want it, not too bright, so around there. So that sets up the physical sun. Now, we need to also set up some sort of sky, so we can either go for an environment sky or we can go for some sort of image-based lighting. So let's go for some sort of image-based lighting. So let's go lights, create image-based lighting, IBL. There we go, that'll drop an IBL in, and now we need to give it a HDR image. So I'm going to go with this blurred HDR. It's nice and small and it will be nice and fast to render. So now I've got some sort of sky. Now, new in Maya 2016 or 2015, I think it was, this is actually going to emit light. Now, it's not just the Final Gather that we'll be using to light this up. This will emit light. So I'll do you one render with this not emitting light and one render with, and you can see the difference, and also the difference in render time. Okay, so this is the IBL emitting no light. I've got a render time of 16 seconds, so you're still getting some light in the scene from the IBL from Final Gather. You're still getting some color bleed and stuff, but you're emitting no direct light from the image-based lighting. So this is that 16 seconds, no light from the IBL. And this is light from the IBL. Now it's a much nicer render, it's got much nicer shadowing, and it's just better quality really. And this took 38 seconds, so still not that long. Now in the past you would have had to have gone down to these legacy options for the IBL to emit light, and it was never very good really, honestly. It was almost unusable. It was incredibly slow at high quality. This new emit light, environment light function, which you'll find under the render settings too, under quality, it should be here somewhere, environment light in quality, so you can find that in both places. This is actually very good. A render time of 38 seconds with an IBL emitting direct light is much faster than it used to be. So this is a very nice feature for image-based lighting now. And this is really the basic lighting setup that we're going to be using all throughout this tutorial. So you've got Final Gather coupled with an image-based light and a direct light, which in our case would be the physical sun, which again we can change the intensity of by changing the angle. So let's get a much more intense shot here. And I'll just do that a quick render so you don't have to, so you can just see the difference. So you can see here what a huge difference changing the angle on our light has made to the intensity of the brightness of the image. Okay, now the physical sun does come with its own set of settings, and I've seen a lot of people do this over the years. They'll take this, it looks like a directional light, you've got your directional light settings here, so you think, you know, this is maybe a little bit too bright, so I'm going to change the intensity of this all the way down to 0.1, so it's basically off, and then I'm going to re-render. And there you go, absolutely nothing happens. There's no difference between these two whatsoever. The intensity settings here are going to make no difference to you whatsoever. The same goes here for the color. I'm going to set this to bright red and I'll just re-render. I'm just going to do these tests so you guys don't have to, and you can see the results, but you can see already coming in there's no color to this whatsoever. That's because and in fact I think I can just stop it, we can definitely see that this is not bright red light coming out of here. That's because the physical sun actually has its own settings node. If we look up here, you've got an MIA physical sun, and this is where the color settings and everything else come in. So if I wanted this image half as bright, I can turn the multiplier down. I can change the saturation, the haze, the red-blue shift, so I can shift the color in either the direction of blue or red. You know, many options here. Most of the ones we'll be using just detail with the multiplier for the intensity of the light, and the sampling, which is the number of samples in the shadows. So if you're getting very grainy shadows that are very noticeable because you've got some light angle where you've got a very noticeable shadow, you might need to turn the samples up. But we'll be going over the further settings here later on. It's just to be aware that if you just select your directional light, you know, and come in and start changing the intensity and the color and whatnot to try and get a look you're going for, nothing's going to happen. The settings have to be changed under the physical sun itself. So more on that when we get into the main scene, but for right now what we've got here is pretty much good enough for us to start getting on with some sort of test renders. So I'm going to leave you with a final image of this sort of test plate we've got here, and I'll snapshot that, and when we come back we'll start to look at some of the materials we're going to be using throughout the tutorial. Now the shader we'll be using will be the MILA material, and we'll be delving into Photoshop in the next portion to design some leaves and some bark and stuff like that. So I hope you found something in here interesting, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. Now we have our basic lighting setup, both indirect and direct illumination. We can get on with making some textures for our trees. Now if we look at these leaves, or rather the size of them, they're actually quite big. We wanted a fairly low resolution model for this, so the whole thing's got 100k polys, which is pretty low res for a tree, especially if you're going to shoot it close up. Now because we've got leaves this size, if we just put one leaf on each of these, it's going to look a bit big. So we can use our texture to define 2 or 3 leaves per leaf card here, and that way our tree will look much higher res than it actually is. Now if you've made bigger leaves than this, you can stick a whole branch with multiple leaves on it, and if you've made a really high poly tree with tiny leaves, then obviously you'd want 1 leaf per poly here. Now if I look at the UV map on these leaves as well, you'll remember that we've actually got these leaf cards with 1, 2, 3, 4 in there. So if I select the shell so you can see that a bit better, you can see I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 shells, which will lead to 4 leaves. So in this case we've got, because we cached this out and we used that little script to change the UVs, we've actually got quite a bit of leeway here, which means when we go into Photoshop we can actually design 4 separate leaf cards on the one texture, and then we'll have 4 different combinations of leaves. If we put 2 leaves on each card, we'll have 8 different leaves on the tree, different shapes, maybe different variations of color and whatnot. So let's start to take a look at some of the textures we might get on these leaf cards. So I've got a copy of Lightroom here, and I've just opened up a whole bunch of leaves that I shot the other day. Basically just went out, picked them, stuck them on a white background and photographed them. So depending on the size of that leaf card, you might choose to put an individual leaf on it, you might choose to put a couple on. The colours, we've got some various coloured leaves down here. I've shot both the back and the front of most of these leaves because we will be using both a back and a front for leaves. So all that remains to be seen is what kind of tree you would like. Now if you're going for something in particular, then I suggest from a reference photograph you might have taken while you were out and about, then I suggest you go and get some leaves from that and use actual leaves from that particular tree if you want to match it. But for us, I'm going to use this. This is a nice big leaf, but more importantly for me, it's got 5 kind of little leaves on the same branch. So I could now use this as 5 leaves, or as just bigger independent leaves. It gives me a bit of leeway to work with. So I'm just going to export these from Lightroom where I've got them organized, and I'm going to open them up in Photoshop. So let me just pop those open in Photoshop. Okay, so they just come into Photoshop. Now I exported these as 16-bit TIFFs. It makes them easier to work with in 16-bit. It gives me a bit more leeway when it comes to color grading them if I need to. And also I'm going to use a 2K texture for this leaf in Maya, so 2048 by 2048. Now because of the UV layout, we know we've got kind of 4 boxes, so I'm going to pull a ruler out down the center of the picture and then this way. Now if you're not seeing the rulers, you can hit Control R. So this gives me 1K by 1K, 1K by 1K, 1K by 1K and 1K by 1K, which gives me 4 tiles in this texture. So 1 leaf here, 1 here, 1 here and 1 here. Now I'm going to actually use multiple leaves because our leaf cards within Maya, let's have a look, they're actually quite big. I think each one of these will support at least 2 leaves. Now what we need to do is get the front and the back of this leaf to marry up first of all, and as you can see they do not. So I'm going to flip this one. So image, let's see, edit, transform, where are we? Aha, let's just pull it off a background layer. Double click it and click OK. Transform, let's flip vertical. Now let's move this one over to this one. And I didn't use any particular sort of equipment when I was taking these pictures, just your standard kind of DSLR, kind of a cheap Sony one I think, so you don't really need anything flash. And I just did this on the kitchen table, so again you can go and take leaves from anywhere, it's really not a big deal. Okay, let me just make the opacity here a bit lighter. Okay, and I'm going to try and match this with this. So I'm going to go Control T, and first of all I'm going to rotate it round. Now I can see here already that my image here is looking a little bit bigger. Is it? No, actually it's about the same size. Alright, so we're never going to be able to match these like this, but we can get it close, and this is pretty close. So I'm going to double click to apply that transformation, and then I'm going to use the, let's see, the puppet warp tool to edit this further. So I'm going to click a point in the middle here, and then I'm going to click a point around here, and I'm just going to move this. As you can see, I can move that around like so, and then drag this, and really I can just put these points in and kind of marry this up as best as I can. So it's probably better for me to change the opacity on this before I start, so we can all have a better look at what we're doing. So the darker leaf will be on top. Okay, and I just want to just barely see the outlines underneath. The way I had the opacity set was very difficult for me to see, and more importantly for you to see what was going on. So let's just take this background leaf and let's come in and use that puppet warp again. Okay, one in the middle and one here. Let's move that into position. Now you're never going to get this perfect, so if possible you want to get the back of the leaf a little larger than the front of the leaf. Again, this is not sort of super critical here. We can fix it later if we need to. We're just trying to get as best we can for the moment. No, too near the middle. Okay. And let's pull this one out. Try and get these tips to line up. As I say, this can be a fairly laborious process to get these spot on accurate. So, you know, I'm not going to actually bother to get them perfect. I'm just going to get them good enough. I mean, unless they're going to be sitting inches away from the camera, no one is ever going to notice that there might be a tiny bit of leaf trimmed off at the back. Not that I'm saying you should do it badly, of course, just don't spend 4 hours on something no one's ever going to see. And let's pull this up here, this one probably a bit more over here, and that's looking pretty decent, really. Whoops, I'm going to just straighten that out a bit there. Okay, it looks like we've gone off the kilter. Yep. And we just trace round, see if I can spot anything I'm not liking. No, that's good. That's pretty good. Good all the way around there. Okay, I'm going to hit enter and see what that transform looks like. Now I'm missing little bits. I can see that it's not perfect. Let's have a look. So let's go from one to the other, somewhere in the middle. Okay, that's pretty good. You know, you might want to take some extra time at home just to line it up perfectly, but for me that's good enough, at least to demonstrate the principle of the technique. Now I need to cut the leaves out, so I'm going to take the back one here. I'm going to double click it so it's not a background layer, and I'm going to add an extra layer in Photoshop just so I can get some kind of neutral grey background going on here. So let's dump that in there with a paint bucket, and now you won't see it, of course, because it's behind this layer. But now I'm going to cut this out. So I'm going to go up to the quick selection tool, and I'm just going to cut out the leaf. Oh, there we go, that was quick. And this one, that was also pretty quick. This one, let's get this one here. Okay, that one's done. Let's go up and get it from here. Now again, this can also be a bit of a process, and that's done there. Let's come along here, and we've got too much, so I can push Alt to unselect some of this stuff. There we go, and there we go, and there we go, and let's unselect this. And now I can just press Shift to come in and reselect some of that stuff a bit more carefully. Okay, this is looking surprisingly good. Yeah, we've missed a bit of selection here, so shift and let's select down here. Okay, let's just select, whoops, I'm going to actually undo that, that's selected a bit too much. There we go. Alright, so that looks like a pretty decent outline of our leaf. Hit delete, and that should delete you back to the solid grey background. Now don't click off the selection. If you do, just Control Z it back. Go to the back of the leaf here. And now we can see this around here. We can see that we kind of messed up a little bit in this area, but it's okay. Just hit delete. Alright, now we can just use the, let's see, the smudge tool to smudge the outside of the leaf out a bit. So let's make sure we selected the right layer and go to select inverse. And that will let us just smudge this out, just so we don't have that nasty white bit at the side there. Now we're going to end up kind of smoothing the edges of these leaves anyway a little bit. We're going to feather them in, so you're never going to notice that we kind of cheated just a little bit. But if you want to, you can of course spend a bit more time getting the puppet warp a bit more accurate. That's just not 100% necessary. Just come in, give it a bit of a smudge in there. There we go. And I think we're about done. Kind of a bit of a white area here. And again, you know, this leaf in our final shot will probably end up being about 12 pixels on the screen. So really, if you do miss a tiny bit, it's not the end of the world. Alright, let's just unclick our selection set. That's looking pretty decent so far. So there's the back. And what on earth happened there? Okay, so it looks like at some point I must have got a bit enthusiastic and smudged some of this away. Okay, let me just zoom in on that area. Oh yeah, so I did. Alright, let's have another go at that. Let's smudge that down there, down there. Make sure it's nice and smudged in, smudge it up a bit. Same from over here. And out. Okay. And this can get a bit tedious. So I'm not going to get this super accurate on the screen. In fact, I probably would have got a better puppet warp in the first place. Just spent a couple more minutes on that. But this is good enough for our intents and purposes. Really, you're never going to see this detailing for this particular leaf anyway. Alright, so that's about good enough for us. So I'm going to click off the selection set. I'm going to come in and I'm going to take the front of the leaf. Okay, I'm going to Control select it. You can see there is still some white patches here. So I'm going to go to the selection and I'm going to modify, I'm going to contract the selection by, let's say, 5 pixels and see how that goes. Now, that's a little bit thin there, but that's alright. And then I'm going to feather it by 2 pixels, so select, modify, feather by a couple of pixels, and then I'm going to select inverse, and then I'm just going to delete, and then I'm going to go up to this one and do that again. So let's have a look now. Whoops. Let's just get rid of the selection. Okay, so now I don't have any nasty white line around the leaf. It's all looking pretty good. Now, what I need to happen now is for this to go on our leaf card. So let's grab both of these, make sure they're both visible. And actually, I'm going to put the back one on the back because that makes more sense on the bottom layer. It doesn't matter, it just appeals to my sense of OCD, I guess. So drag both of these from here to here, and actually I'm going to make this a 16-bit document. So that warning was just that they were different bit depths for the documents. Let's make this one 16-bit. Drag this up over here, on there, over we go, and let's get this scaled in to the size of our leaf card. Okay, now I might not put all 5 of these on one card, so I might come in and say just have these 2 on one. And this depends on the size of your leaves and the size of the tree you're going for, of course. Let's click that. So I've got 2 leaves on here now, but I've got a bit to be deleted, so I'm going to select the square we're in and then select inverse, and I'm going to hit delete and delete that too, and then I'm just going to have to use the eraser to get rid of this, and it's not too much trouble really. Just get rid of the back, get rid of the front, but it shows you how neatly the back and front are lining up, which is kind of cool. And now just get rid of this. Okay, obviously I missed a bit from the front, that's alright. Okay, just clean up the debris here. Alright, so there's our first 2 leaves in, and that's really the principle. Now I'm just going to go and grab another selection of leaves. Maybe I'll have 3, maybe I'll just have 1. I could at this point, of course, go back to my Lightroom and decide to take another type of leaf, maybe one of these red ones. Maybe it's autumn, you know, some of the leaves are starting to turn yellow, orangey, but I'm going to do it, keep it quite simple just for now. And I've got a couple of leaf cards I've done for both this tutorial and in the past, and I'll chuck a couple in with a tutorial so you can have a look, use them in your own projects, whatever you want to do. Alright, so let's grab this thing again, pull it over and dump it in, and Control T to transform it. Let's move that down, and this time let's try and get 3 leaves in there. Okay, so I could take these 3 from this side, kind of drop them in like so, and scale up to where sort of correct size. I'm going to hit shift when I scale, so I uniformly scale, and yeah, let's say these 3, this one, and this one. And we'll just try to get some variation of size, some variation of colour, which we'll get in a second. The colour variation, that is. Okay, I might actually just take these 2. I quite fancy just these 2 actually. And as I say, this can be a bit of a process, but yeah, there's a couple there. So I'm going to take these 2, kind of put them here, and I'm just going to click that, and then of course I shall select this, and then select inverse, and go ahead and delete that and that, and then I'll have to clean up inside here. Okay, am I on the right layer there? Ah, I've got a selection set on. Get a bit of a bigger brush, I think we can probably manage that. And again, you can see those front and back leaves lining up quite nicely. And I'm not sort of limited to doing this just with what's there. I can also, of course, go back to here, grab this thing again, front and back, always front and back, and Control T. and I fancy a 3-leaf card. I'm going to come up and not that one, this one. I'm going to take this one and shove it about there. Okay, so it's kind of on that stalk, and then that's all going to have to be a bit smaller, of course. Okay, I'm kind of liking the position of that. So once again, select here, inverse, and delete, and then come in with your brush here and tidy up a bit after you clear the selection. And I say this can be a, as I mentioned, a fairly large task to do this and to do it well. Okay, let's come here, let's turn this one off. Okay, and that leaves us there with 3 nice little leaves on that one. Got a bit of smuts left over, and also we've got a bit of the background come through, which is fine. Just take the tip off this one ever so slightly. Alright, so there's 2 done. Now I need to do the bottom 2, which I'm just going to pause the video and I'm going to do that now. I'm going to do it in exactly the same way. I'm going to keep selecting leaves that I like, and just from this one particular bunch here, and I'm going to end up with 5 of these with another 2 of these blocks down here. So I'll just pause and I'll be back in a second, because the principle's the same, so there's no need to watch me repeat the same process over and over. Okay, so I've just added the bottom 2 cards. I've got another one with 2 leaves on here, and I've got one with just one that I've stretched out a bit. Now I'm going to organize these into front and back, so I'm going to come and select all the backs. Now you'll notice that when I control select this, I've got some debris off the actual side of the image, which I don't want, so I'm going to go image trim, and that will get rid of all that for me. Okay, so now I've got a trimmed image. I'm just going to check the canvas size on that. And I've accidentally trimmed a bit of the white off, but not to worry, just bung it back on. There we go. And again, did that actually work? Let's see. Okay, I'm back up to 2048 by 2048. Alright, sometimes when you trim it will trim a bit of the edge off. We didn't want that. And that's edge. The reason I couldn't see it is it's come in on a black background, so I'm going to double click the background and I'm just going to fill the whole thing white for now. There we go, perfect. Now while I've got the background selected, I'm actually going to fill it with a dark green color. This is because Maya, when it crops our texture, okay, why? So I've got a bit of overlay here. I've obviously painted that out. Let's see which layer that's on, so I can just get rid of it. Where have you come in from? There. Okay, so I'm not quite sure why that's happened. I've obviously used the paintbrush tool at some point, and I can see another bit of schmutz up there. As I say, this can be quite a tedious process. Ah, oh, come on. Which one are you under? There you go. And now I've got a bit up here too. There we go. Let's put the background back on and just double check that. Bit up there. Bit there still. There we go. Alright, so at some point I've obviously used the white brush instead of the eraser. My mistake, but you know, it happens. So let's now group these. Sorry, the reason why we put this green background on before I get ahead of myself, whoops, is quite simple. When Maya cuts these out with the alpha channel, sometimes it does a bit of overcrop, and if we have a white background on that, we'll get a white line outside our leaf. At least now, if we get that bit of overcropping, we'll get a thin green line, pretty much a similar color to the leaf, so it will be much less noticeable. It shouldn't happen, but sometimes it does. So I'm going to select all of these. Right, and I want a front and a back. Now with this leaf we came up and we created this one is the back there. Let's just hide that. So I'm going to select all the fronts and all the backs. So let's see, let's just turn the backs off so we're left with the fronts. And that's a back, and this one goes up here. And let's have a look. I'm looking for those in the back, that's fine, and those, okay. So turn off this one. Right, and these should be merged together because these are all one thing. You know, I cut this leaf out separately as you saw and added it, but now I want it back to one. So I'm going to find them, make them visible, and just merge layers there. So merge visible, there we go, that puts that into one. And I'm going to have to do the same with these three. So make sure they're the only things visible, and layer merge visible. And there we go, that puts those into one. Let's put that up the top. And that should go under there now. Alright, so let's bring back everything. Now we're going to take the top layer, so just Control Select here, get all the tops together and group them. And that was not group, there we go. Ack. Sometimes it's just not your day. Okay, and I'm going to call these front, and rather unimaginatively I'm going to title these ones back. Just keep everything nice and organized, and let's put the back under the front, makes sense. Okay, so now we've got just plain green leaves on a plain green background. What we're going to need is an alpha channel as well. If we look in the channels, we've got no alpha, which means we'll have no transparency, which means we'll just get a big square background with green and a leaf on it. So to get an alpha channel, we're going to click on all of these front images and press Control click first one, and then Shift Control click the others. Okay, and go up to the channels, add new channel here, and that gives me an alpha. Now I can just use a white paint bucket in there, done. That's given me an alpha channel. Now I'm going to blur the alpha channel slightly so we don't get any pixelization around the edges. So filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and that's given us a slightly blurred alpha. Done. So that's working well. Let's just check that. Yeah, perfect. Job is a good one, as they say. Right, so I've got my back leaves and I've got my front leaves. So if I was happy with this, if I just wanted to save this out with no color grading on it at all, and I've got one I did the other day that has color grading, so you can see slight variations in color. But if I just wanted to try this out, I can now go up to File and Save As. And let's make sure that I've just got the front visible. Okay, I've got the back stacked in the front group. I wondered where that had gone. So let's pull that out. There we go. So just the front visible. File, Save As, and we'll call this New Leaf Front. And I don't want to save layers. I do want to save an alpha channel. Save, and I want to save with zip compression. So just OK that. And now make the front invisible and the back visible. Save As, and let's save this as New Leaf Back, and we don't want layers. Including the layers will just increase the file size and Maya won't understand them anyway, so it's a pointless thing. Discard layers and save a copy. There we go, zip. Done. So now we've got a front and a back leaf. Now before I actually put those in, let's have a look at that front. This is a bit dark. Let's just do a little bit of correction before we get our first render. So first off, let's try a contrast curve. So let's darken it down a bit and then pop the highlights out. That gives us just a bit of a extra contrast in there. Let's put another layer in for the levels, and I'm going to lighten this up quite a bit. There we go for a more minty green. Now let's just check the back looks okay with that. It does. Okay, so let's save these out again. Save as, easier this time, no layers, and let's see, back, front. Yes, okay. And now we need to save the back. Back, there we go. And no layers. And zip compression, done. And let's go over to our copy of Maya and get our first test render. Okay, now this is going to be just the front of the leaf. We're just looking here to check the, more than anything, we're looking to check the shape. So as I said, we're going to be working with a MILA material. So let's assign a new one. Just go down to assign new material, materials, MILA material. Now we're going to feed this in as just the diffuse component at the moment. We're eventually going to have translucency and a few other things, but for right now let's just feed in a diffuse file. So leaf front we're looking for. There we go, there's our front, and you can tell our alpha's working because it's on the same background as the selection window. So let's open that up. Now at the moment you can't see any transparency in the viewport, and the MILA material as of yet isn't supporting everything in the viewport, so I won't worry about it. But we can at least see that we've got 2 leaves on some, 2 there, and some will have 3 on, some, there's one with 3, there's another one with 3, and you know we've got, there's one with just 1, so we've got a nice sampling of leaves in here. Now we need to make them transparent. The problem is if we simply make them transparent, they'll still have a reflection on them. Even though we can't see them, we'll be able to see the reflection on the transparent part, a bit like window glass really. So we're actually looking for cut out opacity, and if you've ever used the Mental Ray Arc Viz material, you'll probably worked with this before. It works the same way on the MILA material, except now under material properties, this one here, so you've got one base component at the moment, which is diffuse reflection, which will be the color of our leaf, and now we've got visibility. So let's take that, in fact let's use the same file, just to stop us having files all over the place. So let's just hit graph our tree. We've got a MILA material shading group here, we've got a leaf file here, and here is our MILA material. So let's grab the alpha from the new leaf front if texture and plug that into the MILA material visibility. There we go. This way I only have one texture, so if I want to come in and change it, I'm not going into the hypershade, finding the 28 textures that I've put in there. It's one texture, it supplies both transparency, or in this case opacity, and a diffuse reflection. Okay, let's do a quick test render, and this is probably not going to look wonderful just yet, but we'll go in, we'll do some extra color grading in Photoshop in a second. For right now, let's just have a look at what this looks like with this pure green leaf. Let's just check that the shape is okay and everything. So I'm going to pause here, and this will probably take a minute to render, so I'll be back then. Okay, so that's 1 minute 20 to render, not too bad, and you know, I'm seeing leaf shapes here. I can definitely see the distinct outline of that big shape. I see some 3s down here, and obviously we've got these branches going through which are not helping the situation much. But really I'm happy with the kind of size of the leaf. If you're not happy with the size of the leaf, again, that's just in the texture. So you can always add one big leaf, or you could add many small ones. We'll be doing another leaf card at some point for a bush, so we'll have another chance to have a look at what a difference that makes. But let's go back to Maya and take a look at that. For just a pure diffuse reflection, there's no specularity on this, there's no translucency, there's no back of the leaf, which will make a huge difference. Just for the shape, I'm kind of liking this. So I'm going to leave that part here. I think that's probably been enough of me for right now. I think I've been on this one for about 40 minutes. So I'll be back in a second when we'll look at getting the back of the leaf in the shading network, getting translucency, getting specularity. Also, we'll color grade this in Photoshop so we have different variations of the colour, and all this will serve to make our texture much more interesting, much more lifelike. So I'll see you in the next part. Thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. So we left off here with just our diffuse reflection colour on and our cutout opacity, so we could see the shape of our leaves. Now before we go into Photoshop and maybe get a bit of variation in colour on these, let's plug the back in and see what that does for us. So if we go up to the node editor and graph the material, I've already got it graphed there, but if you ever want it, you can just come here, graph this, find the MILA material, which will give a name, leaf color 01, just so we know what we're doing, and then I'm going to select this shading group and graph it, and you can see here that I've got that front leaf that goes into this diffuse reflection, and it also goes into the visibility, so the alpha channel into the visibility, the color into the diffuse reflection. Okay, now we need a back leaf. So there really is no place within the MILA material to feed this. I'm going to feed it into a two-sided texture. So I'm going to hit tab and I'm going to type mental images base MIB underscore two-sided. There we go. This will give me a material that I can plug two sides in. So let's take this color here and delete it from the diffuse for a second. Okay, now I'm going to take the out color from here and plug it in to the front of the two-sided material. So that's the front of our leaf. Now we're going to need the back of our leaf image, so I'm going to hit, let's see, texture, actually file, and bring in a file texture. There we go, it brings in a UV node. So now we've got a file texture, we can load in the back of our leaf, which we saved out as new leaf back. There we go. Open that up and feed the color, out color, into the back here. Done. So now we've got a two-sided material that composes two files, front and back. Now we just need to feed that back in here. So let's say the out value into here. Done. Okay, you'll notice my viewport has gone black because, again, with these new materials and stuff, the viewport doesn't always support them. So I'm just going to flick this on to use default material for now, just so I can see that without all that blackness. And I've got my hookup, so both front and back of the leaf into back and front, into front and back here, as you can see, and into here, into the tint for the diffuse reflection, which, if we look at the material, will actually be the color up here. And let's do a render. So I'm going to bookmark this camera angle so we can always come back to it. Just click up here, and I'm going to make sure I've got a snapshot of this. I do, and I'm going to render again, and we'll see what difference plugging the back of that leaf in made. Now, if you'll notice, our tree here is getting these light spots on it. These are the backs of the leaves. The backs of our leaves were lighter on the back than they were on the front, and if I flick between, I think you'll see what a huge difference that has made already. Okay, so that's just with the front and back. Now, we don't have any translucency on this, and translucency with the MILA material is quite easy. There's many ways to go about it. The simple of which is to just turn this base component from a diffuse to diffuse translucent. And you'll see here I've got a diffuse weight, and this color still remains connected to our two-sided material, so no need to change anything there. It's all nice and simple. I've got a diffuse weight, and at the moment it's 0.1, which means I've got 90% translucency and 1% diffuse. I want to flick that up to 75% diffuse and 25% translucency. So just flick this, and I'll kidnap this image and render again, just so you guys don't have to, just to show you the flick back and forward between the different results. Okay, so here we are with some translucency, and I flick backwards and forwards. You'll notice that we have a general dimming of the image as the light comes through. Now, translucency is going to be entirely dependent on where the light is pointing, of course. So at the moment we've got the light kind of striking the front of the tree, but once we get the light behind the tree, this translucency will make more of a difference. It'll give it a much more overall realistic feel. Now, we're still lacking here. We've got no real color variation yet, just some back of the leaf. So, and we've also got no reflection. Now, pretty much everything is reflective to a certain degree. So let's put some reflection on this, and that will aid our image. Now, to do this with the MILA material, unlike the ArcViz material, for instance, let's go to the material attributes. Unlike the ArcViz material that has everything built into it, the MILA material has nothing built into it, just a base component. When you want to put something else in, you go for a new layer. Now, you can do a weighted layer or a Fresnel layer, and this will obviously be a reflection at oblique angles, and this one will just be a layer that's controlled by the weight. So a weight of 1 would mean this layer was fully over the top of the underneath, and a weight of 0.5 would mean it was sitting half transparent, half over the base component. So let's go, in our case, for a custom layer. Now, this will do the same pretty much as a weighted layer. It will just give you some custom options. In this case, that's what I'm looking for. It's a custom layer. I want a specular reflection. If I was doing an extreme close-up, I'd probably go for a glossy reflection, but specular will be enough. Now, this has got a weight of 1, so it's going to fully be over the top of this base component. So if I rendered with a normal reflectivity of 1, which would be completely reflective, this would then turn into a sort of chrome job. So we don't want that. I'm going to leave the weight at 1. I'm going to get the normal reflection, which will be the overall reflection of anything, regardless of where it's pointed, to 0.07. And I'm going to put the grazing reflection, which would be the reflection you see when something's at the perfect angle to be completely reflective, to say 0.5. Okay, so we're going to get fairly reflective leaves, but leaves in general, if you look at them at the right angle, are pretty reflective, hence the 0.5, and when you look at them sort of face on, they're not too reflective, so 0.70. Okay, I'm going to leave the exponent where it is, then I'll leave the weight at 1. Because we've only got half grazing reflectivity, this will all mix together quite nicely. Easier to probably just show you the result. Okay, so with some specular reflection on there, it really starts to kind of pop out at you. And you can see here some really bright hot spots where these are just catching the reflection just right and everything else is not too reflective. So now we've got reflection, we've got translucency, and we've got the right leaf shape. But our leaf in general is still a bit dull, really. This could do with maybe having some color variation in it as well, and to do that we're going to need to go back to Photoshop. So I'm going to open up Photoshop here with our leaf cards. I'm just going to use some adjustment layers. So the easiest way to do this, because we only want to adjust one leaf card at a time, is just to select it, wrap a marquee tool around it, go here to the adjustment layer, and in this case let's get a hue and saturation. So I got my hue and saturation on. Now I can change the saturation of this so it's a bit dimmer, and then I can start to monkey around with the hue just to get a few different variations. Now you notice when I had this selected, when I created that adjustment layer, it automatically filled in a mask for us, which is why I'm only adjusting this. So I'm going to do this next one, and again I'm going to go with a hue and saturation. Whoops, I accidentally clicked new layer there. So hue and saturation, and I'm going to just tweak the lightness maybe a bit lighter, and the saturation sort of, let's see, let's try a full colorize on this one actually, and let's go for a kind of green, but a different green, more saturation on there, so maybe somewhere around there. Okay, and what we're trying to do is variations upon a color. So let's get this one, and let's add another adjustment layer of a hue and saturation. And you can spend quite a while playing around with this, of course. Now we don't really want to go towards the blue and purple red end of the spectrum. Let's go down this way and kind of maybe colorize again, kind of get a different green. maybe somewhere around there. And you can spend a lot of time playing around with this, of course. Now you can keep putting adjustment layers on this, so I can come up, add another adjustment layer, maybe the levels will tweak, make this one a bit brighter for instance. Come in and do some levels on this one also. Okay, so get a nice bright colored leaf, maybe with a bit of extra saturation, so that would be here. You know, will probably not glow in the dark alien green, probably not what we're looking for there. Okay, so that's going to apply to both the front and the back. So now that gives us some color variation. Let's go ahead and save those out. And again, no layers, and this will be the leaf front. Okay, and let's get the leaf back. Let's just hide the front there. And for the leaf back, this is maybe a bit bright now. So let's come up and there we go. Just tone that down ever so slightly for that back one. And leaf back, there we go. Discard layers, done. Alright, so now we've got our leaf card with a little bit of color variation, not too much, just a bit, as you might see, kind of a natural variation amongst leaves on a tree, although ours is a tad exaggerated maybe. Let's grab this, material attributes, and what we're going to have to do, in fact it's easier to do in the node editor, as soon as we're going to open, click this, hit reload, click this, hit reload. If you just render, you'll probably end up with the old texture that's still in memory without doing that reload. So let's give this kidnap and hit render. And we'll see what we get with that variation in color. Okay, so that small variation in color has taken us from this to this, which is quite a whopping difference really. Now, of course, it's getting quite difficult to see some real detail on this at this distance, but at this kind of mid-distance tree, this is looking pretty good. Now, you want to go into Photoshop and design a bunch of different leaf cards here. So different colors, different variations of green. If I bring up my Lightroom, I'll include a bunch of these leaves for you to kind of have a practice on. And I've got some reference here that I shot the other day of some different colored trees all kind of standing together, which is the sort of thing we want. Now if I can just find it here. Here we go. So, you know, you get many different kinds of colors. Here's orange and green mixed, here's a really light green, here's green and yellow. So this is the kind of thing that you're going to make for your leaf cards to get that variation of color. And now I'm going to not take you through the process of making another, 2 or 3 of these. The process is exactly the same. So I'm just going to include those with a tutorial. You can have a look. But for right now, this is probably good enough to serve definitely as an example of this technique of putting those different leaves on, getting a slight color variation in there. And we're going to have problems seeing what this truly looks like until we get a kind of trunk material on, because we've got this gray running through it, which is not very attractive. So let's disappear back into Lightroom, and I've got some tree trunks here that I've shot. So let's take a look and see what would be about suitable for this. Now I kind of like in this sort of silvery color here, so I might try this just for a first crack. Let's just make sure we don't have a really blurry photograph or anything. That seems to be alright for kind of mid distance. So I'll go back and export this. Okay, and now I can pop that open in Photoshop. And we can just make a texture out of this, so raw textures, there we go. And as I said, I'll include some of these in the tutorial pack. Now for this, I'm not doing anything clever at all. I'm just coming in and doing a select as much as the trunk as I can, really. So let's get this, let's say, that seems about right. Maybe I can actually transform this photo. Let's just click it off a background so it stands a bit straighter. Actually, I've created a group. For the love of Pete. There we go. Let's just ditch that group and Control T, not Control G. And let's get one side of this as straight as we can. Okay, so about there. We want to get as much of this trunk as possible. Okay, so something like this. And again, you know, you'd spend a bit more time, but that's kind of trunk-like for me. I've just got some transparency at the top and bottom, so let's just give this a bit of a trim. Okay, there is one trunk. So I'm going to save this out, and actually I've got a bit of leaf coming through there. You might find it difficult to see on the video, but it is there. So again, a bit of a crop. And now I'm going to save this as main trunk, so save as, no layers again. And let's go into source images and just save this as trunk 01 color, because we're going to need a bump map, of course. So in order to get that bump map, I'm going to go up to filter, other, high pass. So just something like that should do it, just to flatten it out a bit before I bump it. And then image adjustments, let's go to its hue and saturation, let's make it black and white. Done. And now let's give the layers a bit of a, not the layers, the levels a bit of an adjustment. Okay, so let's bring the blacks up and the whites up, and that'll act as a pretty decent bump map. Okay, so save as, no layers once again, and we'll save this one as trunk bump. Done. And there's a very quick tree trunk that should at least serve better than this grey. Okay, so come in here, assign a new material, and again the MILA material is pretty much the only one we'll be using here. Now we've got a diffuse component, but this time, because I don't want to use the overall bump, I'm going to ignore the base component, add a weighted layer. I'm going to have a weight of 1, so it will just appear straight over the top of this. Diffuse reflection, so basically a base color. I'm going to come up to the color here, I'm going to select the file node, and I'm going to go and select my trunk color. There we go. Now I'm going to need to hit 6 on the viewport and turn off default materials, because I'm going to want to see this. And this is looking a bit stretched out really, so we're going to need to go here and change the repeat on V to maybe 3, maybe one more, 4. That's looking a bit more trunk-like. Just make sure we haven't got any obvious repeat marks. Okay, so that's looking okay. Now again, this is a mid-distance tree, so that's actually looking just fine. A bit blurry in the viewport, but that should render up okay. Now we need to add the bump, and on the MILA material that gets a bit more tricky than just jamming a picture in here. Now if you remember Maya from many years ago, you used to have to feed manually a bump 2D node in. Well, you do again. So just utilities bump 2D, and in the bump value is where you put your bump image. So I'm going to come up here and put my trunk bump, okay, in there, and I'm going to need to give this the same value that I gave that in V, so I think that was 4. I can actually check it. I'll just open the node editor, regraph this material, and let's see, let's graph the whole MILA material too, which is the trunk, and the UV for the trunk bump is set to 4, and the UV for the trunk color is also set to 4. So let's find the bump 2D node and turn that value down to say 0.1, because that's generally always way too high. Let's get our camera angle back and let's take another look at our tree. Okay, so there we go. Just putting some sort of trunk texture on there has hidden a lot of the branches up here. They're not as obvious as they were when they were this kind of light grey, almost white colour. So that's done wonders for our tree. Now I'm going to leave this part here, and in between the parts I'm going to make a couple of different leaf cards with different colours and a couple of different trunk textures. I'm going to make these in exactly the same way, so I'm not going to do it on camera, and when we come back we'll render out a couple of variations, because this tree for me is a little green. It's a little on the peppermint green side. Now don't spend too much time trying to get exactly the right colour, because during the post-production process we're going to mask all these leaves out and we're going to have a lot of control over the colour then. The most important thing is to get some variation in them. So this for me is looking pretty good right now. I'll probably go with a slightly browner trunk, and I will get another couple of leaf cards done in the break, so just so you can have a look at some different variations. When we come back we'll look at doing some of the grass and one of the pieces of ground cover and maybe that daisy we spent so much time on, and then we'll get on to texturing the main house. So environment elements out of the way and we'll get on with the house, and then we'll put the whole thing together, dive into some compositing to get the final thing. So I hope you found something useful in here, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So here is our tree from last time, and I've changed the material a bit and the trunk material too. Now I didn't really do anything that complicated to the material. I just simply went into Photoshop and I've designed a few leaf cards here. So here is our tutorial leaf, and here is a version of it that's sort of more autumny. Here is the back of our autumny leaf, and here is our tutorial leaf back and our tutorial leaf front. Now all I've done is basically change the saturation a bit. In our last render, in the last part, it was coming through a bit too vibrant green, so I just toned it down a bit with a hue and saturation node, and I also made it a tad darker, so nothing particularly complicated there. I've used the new trunk material as well, exactly the same way that I put in the last one. I've just taken a photograph of a tree trunk and cut it out as we did before. So that all led us up to this. If we pop open the render, so just a little bit of desaturation really. Now in this part I want to talk about the MILA material and how we can get a better render out of this, because it's still, it's not quite perfect yet. It's quite nice, but we have little control over things like the translucency at the moment. If we take a look at the material, you'll see here that we have this translucency. That's the trunk material. Oh yeah, and while I have the trunk material up, one thing I forgot in the last part was under the file node, the color space for a bump map, which I believe I mentioned should be set to raw. So it's generally set to sRGB by default. You want to go up and set that to raw because it's not something that needs to be color corrected. It's a bump map. Okay, let's take a look at the leaf material. And we're controlling the diffuse translucence with this base component here. So we've got our leaf color plugged in, and if I bring up the node editor, we'll take another look at this material. So I've got the front and back of the leaf into a two-sided, which then goes color, let's look at that, out value from the color into the tint of the two-sided, which in the MILA material is actually the color here. We've got a specular reflection. This is our layer 1 for our MILA material, which contains our specular reflection and translucence. And then we have our material itself. So this is all looking pretty well and good, and although we changed this diffuse weight to 0.75, which means we have 25% translucency, let's see what that actually means in real world terms. Let's set the diffuse weight down to 0. So now we've got no diffuse weight at all, and let's point the light here from our directional light straight at the camera and see what we get. Now I would expect a lot of diffuse coming from this because the light's shining straight through all the leaves. So what I expect to see is pretty much leaves really from this color here. So because they're going to have a very high diffuse, a very high translucent, or in this case diffuse translucent contribution. So let's have a look. Okay, so we're seeing what we expected to see. With that light coming directly from behind, the translucent contribution is huge, so we get just the translucency, which is enough to show us all the leaves. However, if we're doing an animation and we kind of go round the back of the tree at some point, let's have a look at what happens when the light is shining straight at the tree. So let's just kidnap that one and do another render here. And we're going to see basically very dark, almost black leaves, but I'll let that finish so you can get a proper look at it. Okay, so kind of as we expected, extremely dark, almost black leaves with no diffuse component. So with no diffuse weight and no translucency, because the light is coming from the front, we get all this blackness, which means the degree of control we have just using a base component like this is not huge. So when we have translucency, we're going to see this image basically that's plugged into the color, and when we have no translucency, we're going to see a very dark image instead. So, you know, if you want to get a bit more control, I'm going to demonstrate that now with translucency without, and you can see if you did a slow animation around this, it's going to look a bit weird. So let's turn off this base component. I'm just going to flick it back to a diffuse component. I'm going to break this connection. I'm going to go into the node editor and clean that up, because the MILA material will leave things lying about. So let's just see where we are. Now it's left this translucent node in there, which we're no longer using, so let's take it out. And we've still got the alpha channel plugged into the visibility under the material properties, so we'll still have the correct cutout opacity on our, or correct visibility should I say, on our leaves. So now we've got our two-sided material that we need to plug in somewhere. So let's look under the MILA material again, and we're basically dealing now with a base component which doesn't matter what it's set to. We're going to add a layer, and that layer, or the collection of layers, are going to add up to a base contribution of weight of 1. So this is not going to be visible. So we can just kind of close that tab down now to avoid any confusion. And now I need to make a better translucent selection of layers, if you like. So I'm going to start off with a diffuse reflection, weighted layer, diffuse reflection, and this will give me my base color. Now the order in which these come in is important, so we want our specular layer over our diffuse reflection. Now we're also going to need some diffuse transmission, so let's add a diffuse transmission layer. So again, a weighted layer, diffuse transmission. There we go. And again, our specular reflection should be over all of this. It should be on the top. Now, diffuse transmission is basically our translucence. It's the transmission of light through a diffuse material. So let's leave this at a color of white. Just make it easier on ourselves to know where we are. And let's give it a weight of 0.5. So that will be sort of 50% diffuse transmission. Because the weight of this diffuse reflection is at 1, this base layer won't show up. Okay, and let's have a look at what that's done inside our node editor here. Now let's look. We should have a diffuse reflection and a diffuse transmission. Now the diffuse transmission I'm going to leave with a tint of white, or a color. It's called tint if you click the actual node, and it's called color if you look under here. I'm not sure why they've done it that way, but there we go. And we've got this diffuse reflection with a tint of grey. If we look up again, that's the color here. So we need to take our two-sided material and plug it into our diffuse reflection. So let's take the out value, just drag that onto there, drop. There's only one place it can go, which is tint or color, and that's where it goes. So if we look under the material, our color is now linked to our two-sided material, which is linked to our leaf front and back. Now let's have a look at this with a render now. So if I do it with the light, let's say, front of the tree, what I'm expecting to see, and let's graph the material so I can have it on the screen, what I'm expecting to see is these leaves will be kind of 50%, these leaves will be pretty much all of this contribution. Because there is no transmission, because the light's coming from the front and not the back, I'm expecting to see mostly this, with maybe a hint of white overlaid on the top where there is a tiny bit of transmission. But let's have a look. Okay, so with the light coming face forward, I can see the greens of the material, and I start to get some transmission here, but not really that much. So as we did before, let's place the light so it's coming straight towards us, in which case we'd expect to see a lot of light transmitted through the leaves or a lot of translucency, and let's get a render of that. Okay, so now we've got, with the light coming from behind, we've got tons of transmissions through the leaves, and they're almost bright white. So little transmission with the light forward, lots of transmission with the light from behind. Now this is pretty much as we observed before. With the light coming from behind, we see the leaf color. With the light coming from the front, we see black. But now we've got more control because we've got both of these nodes, which means I can feed an actual specular color in here that I want to show up, which wasn't really an option before. Sorry, not a specular color, a translucent color. So if we go into Photoshop again and grab our tutorial leaf front, I can now turn this into the translucent material. So if we were to shine light through a leaf, we would expect it to go probably more vivid in color and certainly a lot lighter than with the light shining directly on it. Now, because of the way that works, it's like if you have shined a torch through your fingers of your hand, you'll see they glow quite red. So I'm going to try and mimic that, but in leaf color, of course. So I've got a brightness and contrast node up here already, and I'm going to increase the brightness quite a lot, give the contrast a tweak, and I also want to make this much more vivid. So I could use a vivid here, a vibrance, and let's give it more vibrance and probably a bit more saturation. So this is the leaf we're going to see when the light shines through it, and this is the leaf we're going to see with no light shining through it. So let's just save this out, and this is what I mean by a greater degree of control. So let's save as and make sure we don't have layers here, and we can or can't save. We don't have to save the alpha channel, but I will, because we've got the alpha fed in from the other texture anyway. So okay, and let's not save over what we've already got. Excuse me, folks. Okay, layers, and let's see, we'll call this translucency. Okay, no layers, good, done. And we need to do the same thing for the back, of course. There we go. So again, I'm just going to up the brightness and contrast. There we go, that's pretty good. And again, I'll just stick one of those vibrance adjustment layers up there, make that a bit more vibrant and a bit more saturated. And save as. And again, translucence. Okay, so now we've got a couple of images for the translucence. Let's go into Maya and plug that all in. So here's the node editor. There is my two-sided that feeds the diffuse color. Now we need another one that feeds the, let's have a look at the material. Now we need another two-sided material to feed the transmission. So let's start out with a couple of file textures. So file texture, there we go, and let's get another one of those. Okay, and let's feed our front and back translucent materials in. So let's see, translucent back, okay, and translucent front we need now. Translucent front. There we go. So these will be what shows up when we have translucency. Now, in order for me to keep a good order on that, I'm going to call that leaf. In fact, I'll just copy the file name. That's probably the easiest way to keep track of everything. There we go, and same for this one. When you start using the node editor more, and you start getting a bit more complicated with your materials, you really start to realize the importance of making sure everything has a decent naming convention on it. So MIB, mental images base, two-sided, and feed the out color into this is the back leaf, and feed the out color into the front. Whoops. Okay, so that's connected us to our two-sided layer. Now we need to plug this in to the transmission. So there we have MILA diffuse transmission. So let's plug out the out value into the transmission. Now let's look at our material, make sure everything is plugged in. So we have a diffuse transmission that's got a color plugged into it now. We have a diffuse reflection with the color plugged in. So we've got all of our kind of ducks in a row, and let's do some more render tests. So let's do a test where we look at this with very little in the way of translucency or diffuse transmission. Okay, so there is the tree with the light coming straight on, and what we're mainly seeing is the diffuse reflection layer. So we're seeing what we expect to see, those kind of darker style leaves. However, because we've gone and made our own translucent maps now, our own translucent textures, when I render from the front, instead of that white color that we had before, I expect to see much brighter, much more vivid green leaves. So let's make sure we've saved this one, and let's do another one. Just make sure I save that, and I'll just do another render, and you'll see more saturation, more vibrance, and you know, a generally lighter color as the light penetrates the leaf and kind of lights it up from the inside. Okay, and there we go. That's exactly what we got. So with very little transmission happening through the leaves, or very little translucence, you get this kind of color from the diffuse reflection, and with a huge amount coming, you know, light is shining straight behind it, the lighting conditions are perfect for transmission of light through the leaf, then we get this much more bright, vibrant kind of color. But we've been able to do that with two textures of our own devising. So we've got this diffuse transmission and this diffuse reflection, allowing us control over exactly what happens when light passes through our leaves, which is before, when we had the diffuse translucency on the base material, we didn't really have that degree of control, and that's quite important to get the look that you're going for. Now on our specular reflection, I'm not seeing a huge amount of specular reflection on this. So I'll get a more neutral render. I've got an actual bookmark here, I think. And this time the light is going to be coming kind of from the side and a little bit from the front of the tree. So we get a mix of some things that will have some translucence and some that won't. And also I wanted to look, as I mentioned, at that specular reflection, and this part, the exponent. Now this will control the curve upon which the reflection happens. You can think of it a bit like the BRDF curve. So let's get a render with the exponent at 5, and then I'll show you when it's lower. Lower will basically give us more reflectivity, but let's get a render first of it with the exponent at 5, where we left it at, sorry. So here's a render with the exponent at 5, but you can also see that translucency starting to work for us now. We're getting some clipped translucency here with much brighter leaf patches where the light is passing through, activating that diffuse transmission and giving us that nice kind of translucent effect on the leaf color. In fact, if I flick backwards and forwards to the image we started the tutorial with, you can see what a difference that has actually made for us. So we've got much more control over our translucency now, and now I'm going to show you a trick with the specular highlight, or not a trick, but just to adjust the exponent. So this is the exponent at a value of 5. The lower I turn this, the more reflective this is going to get. So let's put it at 1.5, and I'll do a render once again so you guys that have to, and I can flick backwards and forwards and show you the difference. Okay, so that's finished, and there is the tree we had before, and if I flick backwards and forwards you should see a lightening of this where we get more reflection from the environment. Now the change is not huge, but you will notice it quite a bit more when we animate. In fact, this is probably too shiny for me now, so I'd probably use an exponent of about 3 on something like this. And again, it depends, because you've got some trees that have very shiny leaves and almost look like they've been waxed, and some that are quite matte. So I'd probably, for this type of tree, leave that exponent at around 3. Now there was one last thing with translucency, or transmission if you like, with the MILA material, and that's simply that if we look at the material itself, under translucency, this weight, the weight of the transmission, in fact the weight of anything, has a texture box by it. So we could, if we were doing an extreme close-up, come in here and do a weight map for this. So I would do that by going into Photoshop and just tracing the parts that wouldn't be translucent. So kind of, all of these in black and the rest of it in white, so it doesn't let any translucency through kind of the veins in these leaves. Now from the distance we're shooting at, this wouldn't be noticeable, but if you are going to do an extreme close-up, obviously some parts of a leaf are more translucent than others, so you can indeed paint a weight map for that to lay out those areas of translucence. For us it's not necessary, but the closer you get to the tree, really the more information you're going to have, more attention you're going to have to pay to those very small details. But I'm going to leave us here with our render looking like so. It's looking pretty good. And when I come back, I'll replicate this tree a couple of times, and we'll look at putting another texture on it quickly, just so we can run through the procedure in kind of rapid speed, and then we'll look at texturing our complex daisy that we made, or at least our flower with that instance geometry on it, which I have got here, just so you can see that before we go. And I've taken the leaves off this one, and I went back and I've used all the same type of daisy head. If you remember in the previous part we had several different instance heads. Well, as this is so simple, I've decided to use the same flower head, but it just makes it a little quicker for me to texture without kind of having to do it 3 times over in the tutorial. But you guys, feel free to use as many different instances as you want. Alright, that said, I'll be back in the next part, and I hope you found something interesting in this one. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. So in this part I want to just run over a different type of leaf material. Now we'll be using the MILA material again, but I want to show mixed material this time. So if I bring up my Lightroom, you'll notice I was taking pictures the other day for some reference, and I got this tree here that's just starting to turn from green to this kind of orangey, more dead leaf colour, and I really kind of like the way this looks, so I want to make a material that's capable of this. Now we can't make one material because of the way our trees are laid out. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Because of the way our trees are laid out, but we can actually get a similar effect. So let's bring in our leafy tree number 2, so Shift H, and bring this one in. Now if I want to do this, I need to assign different MILA materials to different parts of the leaf structure. So if I come in and first of all assign a base one, so I'll assign a new material, and MILA material, and I'll just call this leaf type B green. So we've got a leaf type B green, and as you've seen when working with the material with the node editor and the hypershade and things like this, it's important to keep everything nice and organized. So that will be our leaf type green. Now we need to select a few of these leaves. So if we select these like so and go up here and go into component mode and change the component mode to face, I can now come in with the lasso and start selecting some areas that would have dead leaves. So close to the ends of branches would be my guess. So let's come in here and grab these and hold Shift and grab this bunch here. Now you don't have to worry about grabbing every single face, and I'm going to grab a few on the outside here, and maybe let's have a look at my tree. Grab a few from this spot. I'm just trying to grab the end branches really, and possibly a few from the top, and spin the tree and see where we've got any others here, and kind of a bunch from down here. And again, you might want to put a bit more time and effort in than I am doing. But right, so now we've got our leaves selected. We can see the face selections, but you'll notice I'm missing a face here. So if we press Shift and the right angle bracket, you'll see they're all selected. So press that twice. We've got 3 faces on each leaf, so 2 presses to expand the selection will make sure that every face I've got, I get the whole leaf. Okay, so that should do us for that. I'm going to hit Q, and then I'm going to go over one of the leaves I have selected and assign a new material. So again, MILA material, and I'll call this one leaf type B, and yellow shading group. And I'll just replicate that name up here. There we go. So now I've got 2 materials assigned to this one leaf tree. So I'll come on to click, and I'll make those a different color just so we can see what's what. Go into the node editor and just graph this tree, and you'll see I've got a leaf green and a leaf yellow. So if I come in and click the leaf yellow, go to the base component and make that very dark grey, and the leaf green, make that a white, and we'll be able to get a look at where those areas of kind of dead leaves are going to start to come in. Now at this point you can make the determination if you want to put more dead leaves on, less, really. You can add a third colour for kind of really dark coloured leaves at the very tips. I mean, you can really get into this and start to mix and match. The other thing is, if you decide for some reason that you want to tweak the leaves, if you're going to repeat this tree a few times and you think, I could do with bigger or smaller leaf cards, you can actually do that too. If we look here in the viewport, and I'm going to just go show, in fact, if I just select one leaf to demonstrate this on, so I'm going to select by component mode, and I'm going to select the faces of this leaf. And then I'm going to go in and show isolate selected, view selected. Now if we just scale this leaf, this will be fine when we have one, but when we have many it's not going to work. So I could just come in, scale this to be a bigger leaf. You know, that's fine, that works. Unfortunately that's not going to work when we select many. Let me show you what I mean. Let's go isolate selected, view selected, and let's come in, making sure we're still in component and face mode, and let's grab our lasso and let's just harangue a whole bunch of these things. Shift and right angle bracket a couple of times, there we go, and show isolate selected, view selected. Now I've got a whole bunch of leaves. Now I'm going to try and scale. Yeah, that's not going to work because they're actually going to now scale away from the branches. So, you know, we'd have the tree, the leaves would be on it, and then the branches would be in one position, the leaves would be in one position. This is just not a good thing for us. So we can do this. Go back to object mode, select this bunch of leaves, and go up to, let's see, edit mesh, transform. Okay, and that's going to throw on a transform. And now I can change the, in fact, in order to do that, I'm going to need to be selected on face mode. Let's make sure I've got all the faces here. And again, edit mesh, transform. And now I've got a local scale. So let's say I make that twice as big in that direction. You'll see the leaves don't actually move position, they just get bigger. So I can change the size of my leaves. I can also make them much smaller while they stay in the same position. So we have a bit of flexibility here as well. The animation will stay on them. It's not really a problem. So that's just a way, if you've modeled a tree, you've cashed it out with a Lembeck, you've come in and you've done all this stuff, and then you think, you know, damn, they need to be a little bit smaller, a little bbit bigger. You don't have to start the process over again. Now I'm going to graph this lot in the node editor and just remove those polymove, don't want that one, and polymove face. They were the transform nodes we put on. Now I'm not going to use them, I just wanted to demonstrate that the option was there before we went any further. So let's just go view selected. Okay, and we have our whole tree back. Now let's work on these materials for it. So let's grab the node editor again so we know where we're at, and let's graph this whole tree network, and let's work on the green material first. So as from we learned last time, we want a weighted layer and we want a diffuse reflection. This will be the main color of leaf. So let's just pick one of the leaf cards I made earlier, and leaf version 2 I think I have around here somewhere. There. So this one, pretty similar to what we made, just a slightly different smattering of colors. Okay, so that will go on there. Now I could of course have a front and a back, but for the sake of expediency, as we already covered that, I'm just going to use a front, no back. It just makes the process a bit simpler. So I've got this leaf B, I've got the file node for it now, and that's plugged into the diffuse reflection. Now I'm going to need the MILA group itself, so if we grab the diffuse reflection and just graph, that will give me access to the MILA node. There it is. Now I'm going to take this and plug the out alpha into the visibility on the MILA node. So if we look under material properties, you see that's been plugged in. We want a thin walled material because we are not going to want to calculate refractions through it, just the translucency really, so thin walled is what we need in this case. And that's put on a front leaf. Now as I said, I'm not going to do a back one at the moment, but let's come in here. Now we've got this base diffuse reflection. Let's come in here and stick in once again a weighted layer for the transmission of light through the leaf. Okay, and I'm going to make this 0.5 again, and I'm going to plug a color into here, another file texture. Now I think I've already made one of these in Photoshop. Let's see. Yep. So it's just again a brighter, more saturated version of the original texture. Now you can play around with a few different versions of that color and saturation to get a different effect on the translucency. So, you know, again, it all comes back to having some control over what you're going to see when you hit render. Now we've got both of those. Now we need some sort of specular reflection. So once again, this time custom layer, and this just lets me control the glancing angle and the normal angle. So specular reflection. Okay, and I'm going to leave the normal reflectivity at 0.5 and turn the grazing reflectivity down to 0.3. Sorry, the normal reflectivity to 0.05. And the exponent, same as our other tree, around 3 should do it. Okay, so let's take a render of this tree and see what it looks like. Let's check the direction that our light is coming from, because we want it to come from a kind of neutral location, so from the side. At the minute it would be coming straight from the back, so I'm going to render from about here, and that will also give me my other tree in the background, which will be kind of cool. So there we go, let's get a render. Okay, so as you can see, our green is coming through and we still have this dead leaf material to do. I'll also stick the same trunk material on as our tree over here. And you can really see the contribution from this specular in this particular render. You can see where the light is striking here, and all of this is translucent, and then all of this not so much. So that contribution really helps us create something that's a little more realistic. Now let's take our material where we just have these dark grey kind of blobs, pop open the node editor, and we're going to need to graph this tree again. So this time we want to go for the leaf type yellow, graph that, and we're going to need to plug in some file nodes. So again, we're going to have to create a diffuse reflection. We're going to have to create a, let's see here, a diffuse transmission, and we're going to need to create a custom layer for our specular reflection. So again, specular reflection set as we always do. And now I can see all my layers here. Okay, so there, and here is my leaf. Now I'm going to have to plug the translucency from the leaf. Where is the texture? We don't have one yet, of course. Let's go to the MILA material. There we go. And let's start plugging some textures in here. So diffuse reflection, right, let's give that a, not a bump, wrong one, diffuse reflection, let's give that a texture of our dead leaf. So here, leaf front dead, there we go. So that's just a kind of a solid brown leaf there. Okay, and that's plugged into the thing there, and now we need to take the visibility from that, or the out alpha if you like, and plug it in to the visibility of the MILA material, which would be up here. Okay, let's just check that went in. It did. Okay, so now we've got a diffuse reflection, now we need a diffuse transmission. So again, just with a file, and again I've hit the bump, there we go. And load in the leaf, where are we? There we go. And this was for the transparency. So let's see if I have one. I do not. So problem now, I'm going to have to go into Photoshop ever so quickly so I can create a transparent material for this, because we need a transmission color on these dead leaves. Now for dead leaves, the transmission color is not going to be that much different. They're not very alive, so you know, I'm not going to do much with these, just a tiny bit of extra saturation and maybe a tiny bit more just so it shows up better on the render. Okay, there we go. I don't really want too much transmission through these, too much translucency. So save as dead leaf front, there we go, and let's call this translucency, and don't want to save its layers, save, okie dokie, there we go. Now I've got a file to put in here. So dead leaf translucency, there we go. So now I've got something in my translucency. I can see my leaves here. Okay, so I've got a color and I've got a transmission. Now these are simpler materials than we've dealt with before because they don't have a front and a back, but they should do for demonstration purposes at least. Now let's have a look at this tree. Let's hide this one because it's just slowing down the render a bit. Control H, and let's have a look at our tree with a combination of sort of alive leaves with a little smattering of that different texture we put on there. So you know, some of these are kind of brownish with some dead ends, or you know, dead leaves towards the end of the branches. Okay, so there we have our two-tone tree effect with some dead leaves towards the end of the branches. So, you know, you can use this technique to mix and match multiple shaders within the same group of leaves to get more complicated leaf kind of textures. And you can really kind of see the effect of the translucence in this as well, which I do quite like. Now, with that particular texture there, if I pop open the node editor and go to the yellow leaf, I did forget to turn the diffuse transmission weight down when I built it, so I've just turned that down to 0.5, and I've actually turned off the specular reflection on the leaves because I figured dead leaves probably wouldn't be that reflective. So, you know, small tweaks you can make in the variety of material. Now, before we leave this part, I want to set us up so we can get on with our daisy in the next part. So I just opened up some shots of daisies here in Photoshop, and these are one of the few textures that I didn't get to take myself, so I won't be redistributing these with the actual tutorial file, but you can find them online if you just do a search for daisies. Although I would encourage you to take your own. I'm currently in the middle of the city centre and I couldn't find any decent examples, but you know, it's not too difficult. So I'm going to use these for now just to demonstrate the technique. Now, as I said, I wanted to prepare these for the next part, so let's just get a texture cut out, and instead of using the quick selection tool, I'm going to use this magnetic lasso, and this is a fairly easy way just of cutting something out quickly, and I want to avoid those leaves that are maybe overly bright. So I'm just going to come in here, click once at the point and come round with this tool and just kind of trace round each leaf. Now you don't have to be spot on. I'm just going to get ourselves a few of these so we can use them in the next part. Now once I've done that, I'm going to right click and go layer via cut, and that will give me a cutout of that to use later. Now this one here looks rather nice, so I'm going to come in and just grab it. And will we get it? Yeah. Okay, again, you don't need too many of these, 2 or 3 will be fine. Click on the master layer and layer via cut once again. And I think I'll probably grab just one more. So probably this one is quite nice. Now I encourage you to go out and actually photograph your own. It's easier. In one way you get exactly what you're looking for, and also you can work at higher resolution than I'm currently doing now, and you'll have the 32-bit image, which makes the cutting out process and everything else a bit simpler too. Right, background layer and cut, layer via cut. There we go, that's that one. So that's those 3. I can turn this off, and this is the pieces we want. Now I found another picture which has a center I like more, so I'm going to take that as well. There we go, just like so. I'm going to click this off so it's not a background layer, so just double click on there, and then I can pull this over and plonk it here. As you see, this one's a bit higher res. Managed to find a bigger picture for that. Alright, so that's going to do us for the base texture for our daisy. Now in the next part we'll look at exporting the UV map and getting this daisy textured. We'll also take a look, probably if we have time, at the grass. So I hope to see you in the next part. Thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we left off with our 2 textured trees, and then I've done a render of them together, so they got quite different coloured leaves on them. You can see where the translucency is happening. We've got the light kind of side on here, maybe a little bit to the front, and we've got this tree that's just turning from kind of summer to autumn. So I hope that's given you a look at the process involved in that, but more importantly some ideas of your own for different colours and different, you know, mixtures of translucency and whatnot. So I want to get on now, as we did in the end of the last part, by creating these assets for use with our daisy that we made with the complicated paint effects technique, or the more complex paint effect technique. I want to take a look now at how to texture that. So we come in, and I'm going to hide both of these trees for now, and I'm going to bring in these daisy imports. So that's just as we did in the previous part, the daisy heads that we made and the body all animated together like so. Okay, so let me just press F to focus the camera. We've got various different sizes, and I believe I might have mentioned that I've gone back into the file and just given us one head here to deal with. Now, by all means, leave a number of different objects instanced to this. The more variation you get, a lot of the time, the more realistic you can get. But in this case, as I wanted to do this fairly quickly, I just left one model on here. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to have a look at the UV map for it. So this is the one we generated in our previous part. So there you go, I've got the petals here and the main head here. So you should have a UV map that looks somewhat like this. Now, in order to texture this in Photoshop, I'm going to go up to Polygons, UV Snapshot, because I'll want to know where this is so I can place my petals and main head of the daisy in here. So I'm going to do a UV snapshot at 2K, and that's going to just say out UV in my images directory. So I'm just going to press OK and overwrite the one that was there. Then I'm going to go into Photoshop and open up that UV snapshot. So that went into my images directory and out UV. There we go, there it is. So you can probably barely see it. We're going to need to put a black background on just so we can see what we're doing. There we go, and there you can see the UV map is indeed at 2K. Now, you know, this is the fact that these lines aren't anti-aliased in any way means absolutely nothing to us. We're just using it as a guide. So let's go in and start by positioning the main head of the flower. So I'm just going to bring this out, and yeah, that's fine. I probably opened up this document in 8-bit. Okay, my daisy head was actually 16-bit. But that's not really important right now. Let's just get these elements on here, like so. And you're trying to line this up with the UV. So, you know, we want the edge of the UV to still be yellow. Now this would be the back of the flower, which on something like a daisy is just going to be a green colour. So I'm just going to get a paintbrush for now, and you can obviously make a much neater job of this, but I'm just going to select a sort of darkish green, the similar green to the stalk material we'll design, and I'm going to come right over the top and just paint that around, making sure that I cover up that whole UV. So that will now be green. Okay, now I've got the petals to do. So let's have a look at these. Let's just take that away. I'm going to put these on a less neutral background. I'm going to put them on a sort of 50% grey. Let's grab a layer, move this down here, grab approximately 50% grey, and fill that in with the paint bucket. There we go. Now what I'm looking at is I've got some edging along here that I'm not too happy with. You can see these black bits here and whatnot. So I'm going to start by straightening these all up. So let's select this one, Control T, and let's just get it so it's straight. Done. And this one, Control T, and let's get it so it's straight. Done. And this one, Control T, and let's straighten that up. There we are. You don't have to be spot on, of course. Now, I want them all graded to about the same consistency. This one's a bit lighter than these two, so I'm just going to knock some of the whiteness out of this one, and an easy way is just to go up to Adjustments, and let's grab the Vibrance. And these are more yellowy, kind of off-white, and this has got some very bright highlights on it. So grab that Vibrance and shove it all the way up, and you can see it tones them in line with these. Now you could also have tried a levels or a brightness and contrast, or you know, whatever works really, but in this case that will be fine. Now we got one other thing to deal with, which is the nasty cut out lines around the edge. So let's control click the first one, which will bring the selection set, and then shift control click the next two, and then select modify contract. Now this is a fairly low res image, so we don't want too big a contraction, so 2 pixels should be fine. And I'm not going to feather this in, I'm just going to actually just delete now. So select inverse, select this layer, hit delete, this layer delete, and this layer delete. Okay, and that gets rid of that nasty cut line for us. So we should be about good now. Now, because these images I didn't take, they're a bit smaller than I'm used to working with, or that maybe you should be working with for a huge close-up. But these are very, very distant flowers, so this kind of size is fine. But once again, if you've got a camera, I encourage you to go and take your own snaps. Right, let's just move these over to our out UV map. Okay, and now we're going to have to put one in each one of these. So just come along and move one into each. Then we're going to have to duplicate, and we're going to have to do this. I think we have 20. So let's come in, duplicate. And why did that happen? Okay, yeah, that's not a good sign. Let's throw those in the bin, and I've duplicated the wrong layer. So that's that. That's that, that's that, and that's that. Okay, yeah, silly me. Right, duplicate the right things and move these across, and let's do another duplication and move them again. There we go, and we'll soon have enough. And now we just need a final 2. Now we're going to random these up a bit in Photoshop. They're not all going to be the same size and everything. So let's start off right up here and hit Control T, and we're going to start moving these into position. So you can have some that are long and thin, and you know, some that are short and fat. Just go ahead and Control T down there and basically just have a go for it. Now that one probably like so. Okay, so I'm not actually going to make you watch me do each one of these individually. I think you get the idea. You're creating some variety and you're trying to get them so they're, you know, just a little bit over the edge. But watch that you don't overlap another UV space or you're going to be in trouble. In fact, I think there might be a little overlap on the UV there, but not to worry. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and just go down and organize each one of these leaves on one of these cards, and I'll be back in a second when I've done that, as not to hopefully bore you to tears. Right, back in a second. Okay, so I've gone ahead and just resized those so they're on the UV card. Now we need an alpha channel for them. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to just shift and click them all. Control, shift and click, sorry. And there we go. Now I think that should be all of them. It is. And let's get that layer up there as well with the main guy. Just click there, done. Over to channels, hit this one to create a new alpha channel with those in it. But because I am an idiot, when I selected those I forgot to hold shift. So let's just do that again. So control shift and click. There we go. Channels, create a new alpha channel with the selection in it, and we are done. There is the basis for our daisy texture. So let's save that out. Now we don't want the layers with it. We do want the alpha channel. So daisy tutorial, and let's save that. Okay, let's go into Maya and grab our daisy and stick a texture on it. So assign a new material, and once again the MILA material. And just to see the basics of what this looks like, let's just throw a file texture on the base material. So daisy tutorial, there we go, and we are done. Although we are not, because some of these are the wrong way around. When I did the original UV, I didn't pay too much attention to where each one of these was. So we've got a problem. Either we can go into Photoshop and turn these particular petals upside down, or we can edit the UV map. Now editing the UV map is fairly simple. Let's just go on to UV. Let's go here actually and pick shell. And we want this one, 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 and this one possibly. Let's see, is this one upside down also? Yes, it is. Any more upside down leaves? Okay, so we've got to turn all of these the right way up, and it's not a difficult job. So we'll start with this one, and hit E, hold J to lock the rotation, and just rotate it 90. And there we go. So do the same for anything else that's upside down. I can show you on the viewport. I'll select this one that's upside down, hold J, flip it the right way up, and you'll see it flip the right way up. So it's just a case of that, really. Now we could have paid a bit more attention when we were making the original UV map and saved ourselves this trouble, but it's the work of a couple of seconds, so it's not really that bad. Okay, and this one. And that's good, I think. Let me just zoom in a bit here, make sure I haven't chopped the edge of that off. I have. Done. Done, done, and done. Any more upside downers? What about you? Yep, always one. So J again to lock the rotation, and off we go. Done. Alright, so there is our texture on. Now we've got another problem, which, because these all have an identical UV map, if I now assign that, so that would be MILA material 1, because we didn't name it, I think. And again, name your materials. Okay, assign existing material, MILA material 1, there we go. And you'll see that some of those are still upside down, because although we fixed the UV map on this one, we haven't fixed it on them all. So I'm going to click that one, making sure I click the correct one first, and I'm just going to go through and select every daisy head here. Making sure to get them all, and then I'm going to go to Mesh, and Transfer Attributes is here. Transfer Attributes, I'm going to transfer the UV set only, and I'm going to transfer that in component mode, and I'm going to hit transfer. So that should have transferred the UV. Okay, and that has not transferred the UV. Let's try that again, just in case. Transfer Attributes, here we go, done. Okay, that did transfer the UV that time. Let's check this one. Okay, so Shift and Shift and hit G. And sorry, Shift and Shift G will repeat the last command. We have to make sure that last command was transfer attribute. Okay, let's look here. Right way up, 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 right way up. Okay, I think we might finally be finished with that. Transferring attributes on the UV's nonsense. Now select all the daisy heads and delete history. We don't want those. Transfer UV stays in the history, so let's just get rid of it. Okay, sorry about that. What should have been a 2-second thing turned into a pain in the backside, as often happens with Maya. But right now, let's get a look at these daisies with no particular shading on them. Where is my sun? There it is. So let's get this with the sun sort of across it and see what we look like. Now this should be a pretty fast render right now. Okay, we haven't put the cutout opacity on or connected the alpha channel to the visibility, but the base texture is looking okay. Okay, we've got no bump map yet, but we'll deal with that in a second. First of all, let's do the cutout opacity. So let's take a look in the node editor and let's graph that daisy head. Okay, it's got the keys on it, that's fine, and material 1. So let's rename this while we remember what it is. Daisy shading group 1, and this one Daisy. I'll call this head. Okay, so we need to graph that first of all, and take the out alpha and plug it in to the visibility. Done. So you won't notice the difference in the viewport, but you definitely will when we hit render. That's looking a bit more like it. Now we can't see that black. We got some very jagged edges, but that's due to the low quality set in the render. And in fact, let's get another angle and turn that quality up. Let's get this angle. We got more heads on display. And I'm just going to turn the quality of the render up so I'll get better anti-aliasing. Now if I turn this up to 1, the render will be slower, but the anti-aliasing should be a lot better. So let's give that kidnap that and render. Right, even at better quality I am still seeing a little black line around this, so it must be in the actual texture that we saved out. So if we go into Photoshop, we can probably see why. As I explained to you before, Maya's not always perfect when it cuts its alpha channel out, so it can leave a little bit of the background on there. I mean, it shouldn't, but it does sometimes, because as you can see, our alpha channel is actually pretty spot on. So in order to combat this, as we put the leaves on a dark green background or a dark rustic background depending on the colour of the leaf, I'm going to come in here and just help Maya out by flicking this onto a white background. And you can see on this white background that we really don't have any dark edges around our leaves, you know, so we shouldn't be getting them on the render really. Now let's resave this. And we saved it out here, source images of course, and tutorial daisy layers, alpha channel, save, and discard layers, yes, zip compression, done. Okay, in order to make Maya refresh this texture, just to make sure it has, you can see the black in the background there. I'm going to hit material attributes, I'm going to go to where we dropped it in here, I'm going to hit reload, and you'll see that go white. Now we can snapshot and render. Okay, and as you can see, that nasty black line has gone away. Okay, looking much better now. So when we come back, we'll do the bump map and we'll look at colouring in the stalk here, and also some leaves for around the bottom. And then I'm going to look at the grass and basically do that, and that should be all from me for this part. Yeah, sorry, it's like brain freeze there for a second. I will see you in the next part. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you found something here that was of interest. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. The last time we finished off here with our daisy heads pretty much textured, and to be honest, we could make now a bump map for these fairly easily. We could also make a spec map, but this is a mid-ground asset, by which I mean it's never really going to get closer to the camera than say this. So all of that detailing is going to be lost. Now if we take a look in Photoshop, I actually made a purple version of the same texture, which we'll get to later, which is a version of this, and I made a bump map for the actual texture itself, which I can show you here. So this is the bump map I made for it. Now you can just do this by first turning it black and white and then adjusting the levels of the image the same way we did with the tree trunk. So if you're going to get this closer to the camera, you might want to consider at the very least a bump map. I'm not going to be using one right now because it's not really necessary for the kind of shooting distance that I'm going to be at. Now what we need to do is give these stalks some colour and then bring in some leaves. So I was looking around on the internet for pictures of this for reference, and I found this one. It's got some kind of purple headed which I think are what they look like before they're kind of fully open, and then it's got these nice bunches of leaves, nice green leaves all around it. So I'm going to do that. So first of all, let's get this stalk color, and this is a prime candidate for subsurface scattering material, which again would be a little bit of a waste of render time at the distance we're shooting at, but because we haven't gone over anything with SSS on it yet, I think we'll do that. So let's come in here, and for now let's just get rid of our daisy heads, so Control H, just so we're dealing with this one thing. And I'm going to assign a new material to these stalks. Now again, the MILA material, and the subsurface scattering on this is much easier to use than in previous mental ray materials. It's also faster to render, so it's actually a nice combination of easy to use and quick to render. So I'm going to put in for a start, I'm going to put in just a diffuse reflection. So we've got a box standard color layer, and then I'm going to put in, and these are both on weighted layers, then I'm going to put in a subsurface scattering. Now I'm going to leave the weight at 1 for now, just so we can see what's happening with the subsurface scattering, and I'm just going to render that out. Now as you can see, that's really bright and really quite grainy, and we seem to have lost all the detail, all the shadowing. You can't really tell what's what anymore, and this is simply down to the scale conversion. Now this took 19 seconds on my machine, and I should point out that I'm rendering with mental ray satellite, so this will probably be faster on yours. This is a quick material to render. The reason it's taking a bit longer on mine is it's got to send everything to the network and then back again, and the overhead of that process is probably actually slower than if I just rendered this on one machine, so you should get a bit faster result. Now I'm going to look at material attributes, and if we go down to scale conversion, this is set way too low for something that's this small, so I'm going to come in and set this up to 20, and you'll see that this gives us some of the detailing back in our object. So let's just capture this. Okay, so you can see we've done away with a lot of that grain, and we're starting to get some subsurface scattering come through without all the hideous grain. So if we look here, you can see a subsurface scattering contribution. Now with everything set to white, obviously that's going to be quite difficult to see. So let's come in here and make the front tint a kind of nice dark green. Now you can really start to see the subsurface scattering effect. So with that nice dark green on there, let's come in and hit material attributes. So we're on here, and let's just name this while I remember, because you know we use the node editor a lot, or at least I do, and it makes it much easier if you kind of name as you go. So now I've got this front tint on. Let's give this a weight of 0.5. So we're not 100% subsurface scattering, we're 50% SSS and 50% diffuse. And let's give our diffuse a really nice dark green and see where that gets us. Now there shouldn't be too much of a change here. Let's have a look. Okay, something is very wrong with that. So let me just check the material. Let's just go to the material attributes, and whoops, and I've put the dark green color on the base component, which is being completely overridden by the diffuse reflection, of course. So it helps if you put the color in the right place. Let's try that again. And we can see already with this render we're getting some dark green coming through. As I said, it won't be a huge change. You'll really see that where there is no subsurface scattering happening. So, and there we go. Let's flick backwards and forwards. So you can see before we did that, you've got predominantly white here, and now we've got 50% of the base layer coming through. We're starting to get some green bleed into here, especially in the darker areas. So let's go up to the SSS, and really most of what we can see is backscatter at this point. So it's light shining through the material, and we've got a back tint. So this is what color we want to tint the back. So let's come in and let's make this front tint a tiny bit darker. There we go. And this back tint a bit lighter. Something like that, just to give us some differentiator. And I'm going to snapshot this. And here we go again. Okay, so we can definitely see lighter areas up here, but let's have another quick play with that back tint and make it a bit lighter still. Let's go a bit more saturated too. Let's try something like that. That might be a bit extreme. Oops, there we go. And there we go, some stalks with some subsurface scattering. So really, as these are going to be mostly covered up by leaves and daisy heads, I'm not going to do any more. Now, I just wanted to give you a quick demonstration of how nice and fast that SSS material is. Now, it is a faster render and much easier material. You can, of course, plug textures into the front and back tint. In fact, you can plug textures into pretty much most of this. Now we've got RGB here as well, so red, green and blue. So if you wanted to influence the back tint, you can allow more light through the back. So at the moment we're allowing more red light through. So let's allow less red light and more green light, and we'll leave the blue at 5. So now we're going to allow more green and less red, and you'll see what that does. I'll just render so you don't have to. Okay, so here was the previous one, and if you look up here, this will get slightly lighter green as that allows more green light to pass through and less red. So, you know, the subsurface scattering material, the new one, is much simpler than the old one, so I advise you to have a play around with that. But for me, this is looking pretty decent. I might tweak it a bit after we get all the other elements in play. Now, talking about the other elements, I wanted to get some leaves like this in there. So I've got this ground cover that we made in volume 2, and it's just a nice simple paint effects ground cover, and we did the UVs for it in the beginning of this tutorial, so it's got 4 of those nice leaf cards on. Okay, so I'm going to hide the version B, and I'm going to use version A. There we go. And these are animated, of course, as you saw in the in the start of this tutorial. Okay, so let's move that down there, and I'm going to push that into the ground a bit because I think it's a bit high, and then I'm going to do the same with these. I'm just going to pull them down a bit. Oops, before I do that, let's grab the heads as well, and I'm going to pull this down a bit. Don't want all that stalk sticking up necessarily, and then I'm going to make these leaves a bit bigger so I can just, and again, because we put the pivot points in the right place, now I can quite easily just scale up without having to worry about where that scale is going to go. And I think, you know, we've got a nice big leaf pile with those daisies. So let's come in and texture this. Now I'm going to actually smooth that so they all go a bit smaller, and I'm going to use the daisy stalk material on that so we're sort of in tune with the stalks from the daisies and the stalks on the daisy's leaf. Now if we look in Photoshop, I've actually prepared a texture already, as I've probably mentioned, and it's just the same as we've done before, so we're going to be using this, and I'm going to keep this very simple. I'm going to not have a back leaf on this one. So let's come in and back to Maya and assign new material, and of course we go with the MILA material, daisy leaf, and let's just copy that over to the shading group. There we go, so we know where we are, and let's add some layers here. Now let's add a diffuse reflection for the base color. Let's add a diffuse transmission for the translucency, and diffuse transmission, and let's finally add some sort of reflectivity. Let's just add a simple specular reflection. So specular reflection, actually I want a custom specular reflection, so let's just delete that and go with a custom layer and a custom spec reflection. That way I get access to the normal and grazing reflectivity. So let's just go in down to 0.3. This can stay where it is. These are going to be pretty shiny leaves, so I'm going to put the exponent down to 3. Now the weight of the diffuse transmission, I'm just going to put at 0.25. I don't want too much translucency on these leaves, these quite kind of thick leaves. And now I'm going to come in and plug in the texture I made. So here we go. And daisy leaf, there we are. So that plugs that in. I'll need to plug that into the visibility, so let's pop open the node editor and graph that. There it is, daisy leaf. Let's graph that again, and I'll need to take the visibility from the texture, so the alpha into the visibility here, and that will deal with the transparency or the cutout opacity if you like. Now we need some sort of diffuse transmission. Now in the past we've gone into Photoshop and made an actual map for this, but because this is only having a bit of diffuse transmission translucency, I'm going to cheat, and because it's going to be an asset that's going to be fairly far away from the camera, I'm going to come in here, I'm going to load in a file texture, and I'm going to load in our leaf, the same leaf. Now a little trick for this is, if you don't want to make a separate map, you can use the same one under a different file node, come down to the color balance and just increase the exposure. So if I turn the exposure of that up, you get a much brighter image, and that will do for kind of basic translucency mapping. So if it's not mission critical, you can kind of get away with that. Now we set these up, that up, that up, so all that remains is a quick render of this and check out what our leaves look like. Okay, now we're really starting to get something that looks pretty decent, really. I can tweak the material on this to probably make it a little less saturated green on this subsurface scattering, so it matches more with the color of the leaf and blends in a bit more. But I am overall pretty happy with that. Now I would probably make it a little bit bigger, like so, just so those leaves come through a little bit bigger. Now we could change that in the size of the texture. If we look at the texture, you can see what I've done here. I've just drawn in that little branch, so it kind of marries up and looks like the branch continues at the end. But realistically speaking, I'm quite liking the look of that. Now I don't know if I've shown you in Photoshop, but I did do a purple version of the same daisy to kind of go along with that nice image I saw here. So I'm not going to take you through the process of that, as we've already spent more than enough time on this, but I will import that and include it with the scene file, of course. So I've got a Daisy v3 here, and I'm going to import, and I've got a different set of daisy heads on these. So if you'll notice, these ones kind of just stick upwards a little bit as per the reference. Now I can come in and just assign the same material on our other heads to these guys here, because they're the same heads. So let's see where we've got a few of those. There's another one, and I think there's only 3 of those on there, so we'll just assign the same material. Daisy head, there we go. And I've got that problem. I obviously didn't fix the UVs on these, but that's alright. And then I'd need a new material for this. Let's just do one very quickly. And I'll just throw on the color. So let's just use the base component. As we've already been through this, I think, enough. Let's just, where did that go? There we are, file. And I'll throw on the purple texture, just so you can have a little look. And there we are. So there it is with the purple texture. Now if I come in and just hook up the opacity, let's get a render and see what this bad boy looks like. So let's come in and got our MILA material there. Same as we've done before. Okay, and then I'm going to grab the rest of these purple heads here. Any more? Yeah, a couple. So really all I've done to create these other heads is just angle the leaf forward a bit on the file that we had, and I've used 2 instances as we discussed when we made 3 before. So let's just assign existing material and MILA material. There we go. Now we got some of these purple ones in here. Let's get a render and see how we're looking. Now I might make this whole purple branch go down a little bit. There we go. Better, I think, not to have them standing up quite so high. And these are all animated as well. They all have an alembic cache, exactly the same procedure realistically. Okay, there we go, and done. So introducing some slightly different shapes, nice bit of color variation, makes the whole thing look pretty nice. Couple of camera angles for you. Now, one of the things we haven't gone through is grass. Now I'm going to run through that now. It's actually quite simple. It's just a variation on all the things we've done so far. It's actually a little bit easier because we don't need to use any cut out opacity for it. And you know, with assets like this, if we bring up the render, you know, this is nice, very nice, but I'm missing a bump here. But this is extremely close to the camera, as I said before. To give us a little perspective, I would probably never use this at a distance sort of closer than this maybe. So I'll give that a render because this is a mid-distance asset. Let's see what it looks like at a mid-distance before we jump into the grass here. So at this sort of distance, this is looking about perfect to me. So bear in mind, except I've forgotten to texture one down here. But anyway, bear in mind that you don't want to be creating massively complicated shaders and geometry if your eventual render is going to end up the size of a postage stamp. It's just going to take longer, it's more effort on your part, and it's going to take the render engine longer to render it. But I think this takes a pull from quite close as well. This is a fairly nice reusable asset, and I'll put the extra time in for things like daisies and whatnot, because they're something that pretty much I always find a place for in an exterior scene. So to have a nice set in a library with all the textures and everything, it's just very handy for kind of day-to-day work. So, you know, remember as well, we can replace these daisy heads at any point. We could put roses on there, petunias, marigolds, you know, buttercups. Pretty much any flower will sit right on the top of there now. So with our working file, which is the one we're in now, with stuff just to be exported straight out, and then all of our files with a history on, it makes this really simple to build up quite a large library of reusable stuff. So anyway, quite happy with that. Let's take a look at grass. So I've got here trees, grasses, and I'm just going to do one of these. I'll do the mid-distance one, so just hide the other two. Shift H, and no, they didn't hide. Control H, sorry, not Shift H, that'll be white. And let's pull this grass out and have a look at it. So let's focus in on that, and we've got here a nice kind of square of grass that we built in volume 2. Now we UV'd this one with 9 little cards, so we can get great variety in this grass. Now the procedure for this is pretty much the same as making leaves. We're going to have a translucent material, so a base layer of diffuse reflection with translucency over the top. We do not in this case need an alpha channel on the image, nor do we need to plug in the visibility from that alpha channel. So I'm going to go and just make the texture very quickly in Photoshop. Now I've got a blank 2K texture here, and we're going to need to divide this up into 9 tiles, and there's a really easy way to do this. Just hit New Guide on the vertical, and let's do 33.33%, and that will put one guide in. And then again, just view new guides, and this time of course 66.66%, and then just do the same on the horizontal. And one more. And that tells us now we've got 9 cards we can work with. So really now we just need some sort of grass texture, and I probably have some in my leaves drawer, so let's have a look. Okay, so I've got one here. I'll just export this out to my raw textures folder, and apparently it was already in there, so that's good. Let's just pop that open in Photoshop then. Now you'll notice I'm only using one blade of grass here, and I've got 9 cards. Now normally I would do this so you know, I had more variation, but I don't want to have to cut out 9 pieces of grass and whatnot on screen. But bear in mind that the more variation you get in there with little colours and whatnot, the better you're going to be. Now I'm going to get this so it's basically as straight as I can get it, and then I'm going to chop a section out, getting as much as I possibly can. So if we start it a little further up, maybe, there we go. And that gives me a square about that big. Now I'm going to crop this. Done, and this is what I'm going to use in my texture. So let's pop back over here, and let's just turn this into a 16-bit document. There we go. Then I won't get the warning when I pull everything across. Alright, so as I say, I'm going to do this with one piece of grass, but feel free to use more reference if you've got it. Now, if we look at our grass in Maya, you can see it's quite tall, but our UV card is square, which means that when we put a texture on it, it's going to stretch it upwards. So in order to compensate for that, I'm going to stretch it downwards. And then I'm going to stretch it so it's square. Okay, now you have to remember that when Maya applies this, it will stretch it back up again, so it will look more like grass. Okay, so let's get it sort of like so, and now I'm just going to click on that. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to go along and get various different placements for it. Okay, so I'll see you when I've done that in a second. I'll just pause. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay, so I've just placed those all in, and I've cut them to the right size by finding out which square they're in, like this one for instance, grabbing it, select the inverse, and then hitting delete, which gets rid of any overhang on it, and now they're all squares and they're all the right size. So if I move one out, you can see it's the right size there. Okay, so pretty easy really. You could use 9 different blades of grass, which would probably be a lot more realistic than this is going to be, but for the sake of quickness in the tutorial, I'm just going to use the one. It's what I've got on hand at the moment. Now you can of course always come in and give some of these some color variation. So let's just have a little bit of color variation here, some little less saturation. There we go. And I'm just going to throw in a few random hue and saturations here. because each one of these will of course be an individual blade of grass, so let's give it a bit of variation at least if we're not going to use 9 different textures. And I'll just do one more. I think you kind of get the point now. Okay, so take whatever time you need to with this, and again, more textures is better, but let's just save this out. No layers, no alpha channel necessary for this one, and we will save that. Why did that not save? Did I just save that as untitled? Yes, I did. Okay, I am a genius. Let's save that out as something we know what it is. So, grass diffuse. Okay, and let's just give the thing some vividity and saturation and a bit lighter. So let's give it some vibrance here and a bit more on the saturation, and let's give it a brightness increase. There we go, and this will act as our translucency. And what did we save the first one? Grass diff. Let's save this one as grass translucent. Okay, and now it's just a case of applying this texture in Maya. So let's assign a new material, materials MILA material, and I'm going to do exactly the same as we've done before. So really this should be kind of second nature by now. And let's go with a diffuse transmission, and let's go with a specular reflection of 0.25. Now you're going to need to play with the specular reflection to get the look you're going for, but I'm going to start with that as a base. And now we need, for the diffuse transmission, not in the bump, I am going to use a, let's have a look, our grass transmission layer. Okay, now I also normally, I'm not sure I've done it in this tutorial, but turn down the filter. This quadratic filter type on a file node is going to blur the texture quite a bit, so I leave a little bit of blur on, but I get rid of most of it, so I turn that down to 0.1. I'm not sure if I've mentioned that before or not, but anyway, let's go in and do the color. So in this one we feed the grass diffuse, and there we go, and let's look at what we've got now. So we've got a diffuse color, a diffuse transmission, nothing in the base component, because of course this is going to completely override it. Let's get a diffuse transmission of 0.3, let's try. That's 30% or near as damn it diffuse transmission, so not quite as translucent as we made the tree leaves. Let's have a look. And that should just about do it for that. Now you can see the different colors coming in on each individual blade of grass, and you can see that it's really stretched that texture upwards, but we're getting that nice line like you do in the middle of a piece of grass. So it's actually not a bad texture to use. Could have done with a bit more variation, however. Right, let's get a render of this and see if it works as grass. So here we have our daisy at a distance. Let's just grab that, it's quite a nice shot. And there we go, grass. So that actually worked out rather well. It could probably do with a bit of extra translucency on it, to be honest. Let's go up and give the translucency a kick to 0.5. Grass is pretty translucent when the sun's on it. Where is the sun? Because that would be important for the demonstration of translucency. So let's grab these two things, it's sort of side by side, and let's get a render here of this. Now I've increased the translucency a bit. Okay, so as you can see, our grass has now got a bit more zing to it. Now we've increased that translucency, and when the light's coming from behind, you get a really nice colour mixture here. Now, of course, with everything like this, the post-production process is a fairly essential one, which I'm actually not going to run through in this course, but there will be another one dealing with rendering and post-production for scenes like this. There'll also be another one where I texture in Mari the actual house. We decided to break these down into their component parts because otherwise you'd have been looking at sort of 10, 12-hour long tutorials. We thought it was a bit long. But join me for those. Now, we're about done here. So far, we've created the animation for our paint effects. We've looked at complicated paint effects and geometry replacement. We've looked at shading for leaves, trees. We've looked at lighting for the environment. And all of this will be used, further on down the pipeline. There is one last part that I want to record, and that's when we introduced the tutorial we had a little scene set up with all the things that we created. So I'm going to run you through the creation of a very simple exterior with a couple of trees, some grass laid out and stuff like that. Now, we looked at particle placement systems for things like grass and flowers and exterior elements in volume 2 of this particular courseware, but I'm going to just have one part to run through that again, just in case you picked this part up because you were interested in kind of shading grasses and trees and animating paint effects and you haven't watched the others. It would be a shame to come this far and not end up with a final scene. So I'll be back for that, but for right now we've got our trees, which I'll bring back just so we can have a look at them. We've got our grasses, we've got our various plants, some bushes down here that we actually ended up using for those leaves. But by now you should be able to apply some of these fairly complicated techniques and start to both animate paint effects, but more importantly cache them out so they can be used in a batch render or on a render farm, or so everything is pure polygonal geometry and the pipeline cache, which becomes quite important later on when you start to get scenes that need to be rendered over a network and stuff like this. So I hope you found this tutorial so far informative, and if you create anything with this, if you come up with your own tree designs, your own textures, please post them back to the forum, and I will see you in a second for the last part where we'll just set up a small scene and get a nice render for our efforts. So thank you very much for watching so far, and I will see you in the last and final part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So I've gone ahead and taken the liberty of importing my tree and grass library with that Alembic cache on it into my house file. This is obviously the house we started on in volume 1. So all I've really done is gone to the import file, imported my different types of trees and grass and plants that I've just been making, and that's also imported all the Alembic cache. So if I go ahead and hit play here, you'll see that everything is moving, the grass, the flowers, and everything else. Now, I'm not going to go ahead and make you watch me place all this down, because it's exactly the same procedure that we did at the end of volume 2. The only difference is, for a little variety, in volume 2 I used a legacy particle, so a standard Maya particle, to place this grass down. In volume 3, in this volume here, I've used an N particle, and I'm going to leave this scene file in, so you can check that out and see how it differs. Really, they do about the same thing. Both ways have some advantages and disadvantages, but seeing as we're here to hopefully learn something, I thought I'd demonstrate the way you do it with N particles as well in the scene file, just so you could see the difference and pick your own method. Now, what I really wanted to do, after we've spent all this time creating this animation and creating the textures and everything else for these grass and trees, I really wanted to give you a look at what that would look like. But of course we have a completely untextured house. So I'm actually recording this part now after I've textured the house. So I've gone ahead and textured the house in Mari, which will be coming up in volume 4, but I thought it would be nice if you guys could see all this together at the end of this volume. I mean, we put a lot of work on texturing these trees and animating them, and I really wanted to make an animation for you so you could see it all together. So if we render this scene now, it looks looks, let's see, like this. So you can see here our flowers, and this is a 4K image, so you can really start to see the detail we got in those daisies, which is kind of cool. Our grass is all looking pretty nice at the moment. Our trees are looking good. So I've kept this as simple as possible. Now these ivy leaves are textured in exactly the same way that I textured these ones, or indeed these ones. So really this is just with a few plants and grasses from our material library. You know, we got to take our house and we put all of this around, and this is the textured house, which will be coming up in the next volume. So if you fancy giving that a go, this is basically what we'll be creating there. Now this is before the post-production as well, of course. So after the post-production, it looks a little more like this. So this is the same environment and the same house. It's just had some post-production work done to it, which I'll be covering in volume 5 when we go over render layers, passes, and animation and everything. Sorry, for rendering for animation and things like this. But really, so that's what the still shots look like before. Got our nice environment here. The grass is working well. The trees are working well. After, working better. Obviously, it's always going to look nicer after post-production. And I want to show you the animation on this as well. So again, here it is after a little bit of very light post-processing. And I'm going to play back this animation. So it'll take a second or two to cache out. I just really wanted you to see the animation on the grass and the trees that we made. So I'm going to play this animation through, and it might appear a little jumpy because this animation is actually 24 frames a second, and I'm recording this video at 15 frames a second, but I can assure you it's smooth in the playback here. So if we play that through, you can see this really nice movement we managed to get on the trees. You can see the little grass waving about. Our little flowers are moving around. This was all cached out and pretty easy to render. So, you know, our environment looks good. It looks good here in the background, the foreground. Everything is working as we intended. And you can go on. I've tried to keep this very simple. Just a few trees and, you know, a couple of different types of grass and those one sort of complex flowers that we made. But you can go on and make, you know, more complex flowers, roses, apple trees, anything you wanted to with the techniques, hopefully, that I've managed to get across. Now, if we take a look one last time at the main house with the post-processing, this is what you'll get if you render the scene, and this is after post-processing. So in the next volume, I'll be texturing the house. I'll be covering texturing through images, all sorts of texturing techniques for creating these kind of exteriors, wooden beams. We'll be texturing the roof, and basically all of the elements you can see that we didn't get around to in this volume. So now we've done environments, we're moving on to buildings. So I hope you join me for that. After we've done that, we'll be moving on then to render passes, layers and whatnot within Maya to go from something like this to something a little more like this to give you much more control over your final renders. Now I realize that if you haven't seen volume 2, that placing the grass down like we've done here and using SP Paint, which is actually quite simple. Check it out on Creative Crash if you haven't seen that second volume. Might not be that intuitive to you, but you can examine this scene file to see how it was done. And if you still can't figure it out and for some reason you don't want to watch volume 2, you can give me a shout at Dave or David at SimplyMaya.com and I'll be happy to run through the process for you. So I really hope that you've gathered something from this tutorial. It should allow you to go on and create environments now, not just for this house, but for pretty much any kind of ArcViz render you want to do, sort of forest scene, something like this. So again, we'll be moving on now to the texturing of the house, and then after that the render passes, layers and everything else. So we'll be covering the full pipeline, and that's basically all from me. So I really hope you've enjoyed this, and I will see you in the next volume, hopefully. Cheers.